Yo, yo.
Yo, dude, what's up? What's happening?
Um, Obscure, beaten. Want to talk about it at the end?
That's gonna that's got definitely got to be at the fucking
All
end.
right.
That is an end of the show
Expedition
discussion.
33 game beat spoiler cast at the end of the podcast.
Though
Uh,
you can talk about the game part.
yeah. Well, I mean, I game of the
I mean,
generation.
I'm giving a thumbs up to the camera.
Game of the generation. Potentially one of the best RPGs ever. No qualifiers. Just
Paige asked me because I was listening to the music and I was like reading about it afterwards, and she's like, "Wow, you really like that?" I'm like, "This game feels like it came out in 1998." Is the best compliment I can give it? Is like this feels like a game that came out in 1998.
yeah. As far as what video games do, Disco Elysium hit me as an RPG in terms of writing and like soul grabbing, you know, existential everything in a brand new way. This game is on every single level,
Every level.
every single level, just one of the best things ever. And yeah, again, no qualifiers needed. Just
Yep. Everyone who enjoys a video game should play this game at some point.
done and done.
And if you haven't played it, you should definitely not listen to anything we have to say at the end of today's podcast.
Um, how about this? This is what happens when you take ex Ubisoft developers and you unchain them, right? So
let them
let them breathe.
cook
Let them breathe.
instead of telling them to shut their eyes or grit their teeth.
You know what you could have, right? What you could have had a bad bitch.
It's crazy how much good work people can do when they're not afraid of being bad touched by their boss. It's wild. It's amazing.
Or just being trapped in the dungeons. Really, I mean,
Yeah, in the dungeon.
realistically, for all the dumb fucking sekuhara that we touch on every single time Ubisoft comes up. No, the day-to-day experience of the people I know that work there and just give the the vibes on stuff is like, yeah, you get like locked on a project as a dungeon in a way, and you're just like, if you have aspirations and you do too well, you're not going anywhere, and that feels bad. So
I think the one that makes me think about it is think of all the studios and all the cool, new, interesting things we could have had that just were fed into the gaping maw of Call of Duty map packs. Just like there are like
that's a
five,
great way
six
to put it.
developers that were just fed directly into the Call of Duty beast.
I mean, one thing I know for sure from like, working external and then internally at studios is you get to see how many talented people inside the studio are like, I'm above the gig. And I do my own stuff for fun. That's like way higher concept, way more interesting, off work time. And I'm in here because I'm competent and get paid quite well and have at the time, quote unquote, job security. But it's like, if you're an artist with amazing talent and like you want a reliable paycheck, you can absolutely go work internally at a team and like, hopefully, if the dice rolls right, you'll get a chance to put that passion that you care for, things you care about, towards a thing that you're really able to pour yourself into.
Make sure that the company doesn't own your thoughts while you're there.
They all do, right? That's a clause,
Oh, just have your thoughts right after you quit. Just have every thought that you had the day after you quit, all at once.
But yeah, it's always kind of interesting in that, like, you get to have as much, you get passionate about like the first version of the project that you're on, and then 8 sequels later you're kind of just like, all right, you're punching in, and you've taken somebody who you've given that job to because of this amazing talent they have, and you just beat that burning spirit out of them, by nature of the industry. And it's like, then they get let go, shit gets shut down, whatever, and then all of a sudden, like a phoenix from the ashes, that spirit rises again, and the inspiration to make cool creative shit that you've been like tinkering away at and keeping away from the eyes of the bosses, hiding it behind the poster, you fucking you see the same like energy that was there when you hired the person rise up again, and they make a fucking banger ass game.
And also, like, a lot of these people are like new. Like, this is a team of relative amateurs which makes it double crazy.
Incredible.
Double bananas.
I mean,
like first gig for the composer, first gig for the writer.
You know, we're definitely looking at the this is the standing on the shoulders of giants bit, right? Like people that have been playing games their entire lives, certainly, and like first gig writer and composer and all that stuff. You're coming in going, okay, but we know the games you played and loved, and you like
it's very obvious,
and you studied that shit aggressively. You know, fantastic video game. We'll talk about it later. In fact,
what else is going on?
I think there is there's a huge discussion that we have somehow avoided for a long time.
I can do this.
And
what do you got?
And it's, you know, it's kind of embarrassing that we haven't like just gotten straight to the nitty-gritty.
All right, I can do that.
Of all the people to talk about it, let us be the official final word. Pat,
okay.
Which Devil May Cry orb is getting the best head? This is the question, right? The meme doesn't show you the complete list, so here you go. I can do you one better.
I have the entire chart in front of me. There you go. Oh, did you just send me? Oh, I just found that instantly.
It's very important.
Okay.
So
it's not any of the ones from 4, and it's not any of the ones from DMC.
See,
it's not any of the ones.
Well, I disagree, because I think 4 is super fucking. All the ones from 4 have the same face, but that face is loving it. That face is going nuts. 4 in particular, all the ones from 4 in particular are like jaw agape, go screaming at the world. Right? Like, oh, she keep going, right? That's yeah. But like the real meat and potatoes, I would say, comes in when you get to like 3, because 3
has a unique face for every single one.
That's what I'm saying, right? The ones from 3 actually change it up, and so you get a more interesting discussion out of 3, because, you know, 3 red is got the teeth gritting, right? I think 3 red is a contender.
3 red is like
for best
maybe
head.
About to just leave.
Vayne is about to
like
pop.
I can't.
Vayne is about to pop. I think the 3's Porb. 3's Rorb. 3's Rorb might be contender, I would say.
Okay, I have a different contender. It's also a red orb. It is 5's Rorb.
5 Rorb. Oh,
5
shocked.
Rorb is screaming, and their hair appears to be getting blown back.
Hair getting blown back is a good qualifier. Eyeballs are exploding out of face. That's good. 3 Porb is kind of like watching someone else do it and enjoying it. 3 Porb is hiding in the closet with a Superman outfit on.
3 Porb is the guy with the sickos shirt on.
Big sickos energy coming from 3 Porb. I would also like 3 Warb is absolute stoicism. It is the worst they've ever had.
It's the only one that's like, nah, man.
Not at all. You know,
this chart actually is the first time I've realized it ever. DMC Devil May Cry doesn't have blue orbs or purple orbs at all.
Well, there's that. Also, Devil May Cry 2, the most unexpressive, bland, nothing going on, sauceless orbs.
Yeah, one of them is just an eyeball.
Is that just someone's face on the team? Is that just like Ninja Tam's photo? Like, is that, you know, what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with DMC 5's Rorb.
5 Rorb? Okay.
Yeah, 5 Rorb.
No, I'm saying 3 Rorb. Definitely red. And
that would have been my number 2.
Unless you want to say
3 would be the Devil May Cry 4 orbs.
Unless you want to say DMC Devil May Cry, where it's like it's so good it turns you into an alien.
You know? Like it become like you've enlightened yourself past the aesthetic qualities of getting head.
Hey, you've transmogrified and left our plane. I would say so. Yeah.
Alternatively, if we're going down that way, then the person who's getting the best head via a level of enlightenment is definitely Devil May Cry 5's yellow orb.
Yeah.
Where you've ascended into a fucking tetrahedron.
Yeah, okay. Post Judgment Nut, you become a tetrahedron. You're no longer, yes, okay, that
You're no longer
you've
bound
ascended.
by
Mhm.
like conventional lines and
Yes,
geometry.
you're now a biblically accurate angel. You look like an Ava enemy. You look like an angel, and yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Ramiel. Becoming like nutting so hard you fucking trigger the third impact.
The third impact, yeah.
Thank you. All right, done and done.
Yeah, I'm glad we could come to at least a rough agreement on this. The red orbs are definitely having the best time overall.
Yes,
All the red orbs.
they are. But like I knew that we could do that within 5 minutes, right?
Oh, yeah, easy.
Light work.
Trivial.
Light work.
Not a problem.
Okay. You know what else is light work?
What's that?
Carrying your team in Night Rain.
Bro, I have a sentence from Gene Park, friend of the show, who I played Night Rain with also 2 days ago, right after I played it with you and Reggie. And he really summed up everything about how I feel about the game in like a single sentence. This game sucks when you lose, and it's awesome when you win.
Yeah.
And that's
Sure.
kind of it.
Sure.
Like I've had like a couple of runs in which everything went great. I was like, oh man, this game's awesome. But as soon as it goes off the reins, the Night Rain, as soon as you're having like a not great run, like just every part of it just starts to become like hostile and miserable and fucking awful.
I'm having a really weird time with single player for 2 reasons, right? And it could just be because
which single player?
So Expedition with one player mode on.
No, I mean the single player from fucking Sunday to Friday to Sunday, or single player from Monday to now.
Oh, I don't know what changed.
They completely overhauled the balance of the solo mode literally yesterday.
Well then definitely not yesterday. No.
Okay.
Prior
so pre-patch, pre-patch solo.
So for one, the feeling of the stress just accelerates so much higher when you're on your own, right?
Well, it's 2 forms of stress, right? There's the stress of coordinating with your team and your team being a bunch of shitheads and all that thing. That's gone. But like the performance stress is times 10. It's all on you now.
And I'm doing it even though I'm in my brain. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this to learn, right? I'm doing this to learn areas.
Yeah, that's why I also wanted to play solo.
Right.
I wanted to like figure out how the map worked.
Exactly. Like even if things change and don't change, you still familiarizing yourself with the pieces will, be helpful. And I found I'm like, oh my God, it's just way trickier and harder to like get places in time, taking shots on bosses and not having. So I mean overall the thing that we've known about every Souls game is the ability to fight a boss whose attention is drawn elsewhere is crucial. It's humongous. And that's a difficulty.
It's the difference between a 10 out of 10 difficulty and a 5 out of 10 difficulty.
Maybe even less, maybe even 3, you know what I mean? If it just happens to never. And that as a major factor being like, oh, every boss fight has to become like do it the perfect solo run. It's like, oh shit. Like imagine doing a deathless run in a Souls game. Like that's.
But you also get to find out,
you
also get to find out as a solo player just what it feels like to be the Dark Souls boss fighting multiple opponents at once. So when you load into a boss that's built for 3 people and it's like, okay, this is actually a triple boss fight the whole time.
Yeah.
And you have to split your attention 3 ways. You're like, I can see why I was able to stomp on bosses with co-op partners, because this is really fucking hard to keep track of.
Uh-huh. And so what I kind of did was I kind of found myself being like, okay, let me map familiarize more than taking on these bosses directly, because I'm just like, oh, there's no time for me to like solo beating a boss involves a lot of calm down, learn its pattern, dodge effectively, don't get greedy. But you don't have time in these contexts,
and if it's the end of the run boss, You have hopefully another shot in 40 minutes,
Ugh.
maybe.
Yeah,
So the pressure is up.
so there's that part of it that's like definitely a weird one, and it's gonna take some getting used to. And yeah, it's the anti-lab. I find I like all the biggest, sickest moments for me in Elden Rain, God, whatever, in the base game originally, were
Yeah.
like having these like sermon sessions with the Millennia or Lord of the Frenzied Flame, or you know what I mean? All the like, it's like you and me were locked in here, Moog, and we're just gonna spend our time fucking
Listen,
doing it. And this game is directly leaning as hard as possible into the opposite direction, where it's like fucking no time, gank, run, go. You know,
it's 1 a.m. on a Sunday night, and I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I'm gonna sit here until I beat you, Radon or Melania or Millennia or
yeah,
whoever.
yeah.
I'm just gonna do it, and I'm gonna move around my fucking bullshit and see if that helps, and I can look up a statistical variation. What are you weak to? Do I have rot shit in my inventory? Let's go. As opposed to, you're gonna do it now or you're not gonna do it,
And you're gonna do it with the reward you got last time, which is not the one you were hoping for, but oh fucking well, right? And so because of that little binding of Isaac sort of, like, I didn't get what I wanted. The boss didn't drop the thing. There's a little bit too of like, okay, well, fuck this run. Like, if I get there, I get there. But I've already given up on this run, and if I don't see two decent rewards in the early on,
So you're not guaranteed rewards of the element at the place that you go to, which seems insane. Like, I'm fighting Galadius. All right, I'm going to go to the Holy Ruins to get a holy weapon. Not a single holy item in the entire place. Wow, I'm glad I spent like 6, 7, 8 minutes of this trying to get a fucking fuck.
And after we beat the first boss there, and then the elements get introduced, you drop back in, and it's like, hey, the bird is just gonna drop you on a lava pit, and and everything around you is not like starter enemy. Like, it's a bunch of perfumers that are actually like, they want you to be a little bit tougher before you fight them.
So there's 4 types of changing environment. I've only seen the lava pit, but all of them are for like day 2. They're all like super for real.
It's how Lord of the Rings should have ended, with the fucking hawks dropping the ring.
Yeah,
it's just, but you are the ring dropping into lava, and then you run out and then get perfumed in point blank, and like that was the first like 5 minutes of the game,
So me and Gene had like a batch of like incredibly shitty runs where we just fucked on it really bad, and we came to 2 conclusions that no matter how they fix this game up, I feel like I'm going to hold on to. One, if the whole fucking team dies at any point, the fucking run should just be over.
No redo.
Because once the whole fucking team dies, it feels impossible to fucking possibly get back to where you need to be.
I would disagree. I would say if the team wipes and you can't get your souls, if you can go pick them up
on a timer.
Yeah, if you can go get them, you can salvage it. If you can't go get them and those levels are all lost and you're fucked, then like, yeah, just rip.
The reason I say that is because there's no way to fucking leave the game in between the night bosses.
If you give up.
One of the things that like I find is like definitive about like the battle royale genre, which I've played a ton of them, is when I'm playing them battle royales and I get killed in the Fortnite, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to get my victory royale. Okay, I'm back queuing up within 90 seconds. I'm back in a new match in 90 seconds, and I'm dropping in 90 seconds.
You can vote to abandon. That is a feature.
You can?
Yeah, that's a thing.
How?
It's one of you. I think you press start and like go to like, if everyone agrees, then we all abandon it. I had that happen during the demo. Yeah. No? Is it? I saw that during the demo. I didn't see it during these, but
Oh, maybe it's not here.
I believe you. I saw that during the demo. I don't remember seeing it in the full release so far.
So the number one was like, there needs to be a way to, like, it needs to be meaner. We also think that like it should be the range should be slower.
Am I lying? Hold on. What?
You might be.
Hold
You
on.
might have invented that in your mind.
No, because someone mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, there was a game that I saw something pop up during that demo run. Let me just confirm, because maybe I'm misremembering.
Because I think
something.
you can just quit to title, and that counts as like rage quitting.
Apologies if for spreading misinformation. There should be a way to abandon runs if all players should agree. No. Okay. You quit. So is it that when one person quits and then is there a message that pops up after one person leaves forever or something?
I think so. And it does alter some of the statistics.
Okay. You know what? I apologize. I don't remember. I do remember seeing some message of some kind when somebody left. And it is not what I just described. So sorry about that.
The other thing was that me and Gene are very much of the thought process is that the matches. So the matches should be longer overall with the ability to just fail out, because that cavern, that gigantic like zone, that's this massive cavern, is this enormous wasted pile of real estate, because the only goal is to get to the absolute bottom and fight the boss at the tippity tip bottom and get the reward from there. So you have this massive bespoke area that has all these mini bosses rolling around and churches and like a mini boss you have to fight to get through a fog door, etc. And you are just sprinting your ass off the whole way down the whole time. Because going down there is like best on like the second half of day 2. So you have 15 minutes to do it, and you got to go.
So I suspect that like some of this like getting dropped into fucking insane environment bullshit and the spiking in difficulty is also based on the idea that you're supposed to get better relic rights. And I think that like the relic rights are supposed to drastically affect your build and not be like
I've
passive.
seen some relic rights that would drastically affect my build.
Yeah. I'm again, getting sacred dropping in with sacred right off the bat is nice. You know, a lot of the basic ones are like throwing items get better, which is like whatever. But anything that like adds a decent stat sounds massive.
So the remembrance ones give you new character abilities. So I got one for Wilder where his ultimate leaves a flame puddle on the ground, which does a bunch of damage.
Okay.
And I got one for Wilder that when you hook in with the hook shot, you get a unique flame series of attacks, and then your sword stays on fire, but only for greatsword.
Nice. Interesting.
And like
okay.
Getting those two made Wilder way stronger.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, that feels like, you know, so you're dropping in and immediately you can actually be a contender, you know.
Yeah.
And then a second.
The game's remembrances are so broken.
Okay, gotta go look further.
Okay, so here's how it works. You ready? When you load up a remembrance, it gives you like a little quest. So the Wilder's first remembrance, which is the one most people are going to do, is go to the mine in the southeast of the environment and get like a slate whetstone off the wall.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I loaded up one for the summon girl, but I didn't actually go into
so
the run.
that for him, that's what it is. And then as a result of him having that quest active, it causes a mini boss to show up in that spot that wouldn't be there otherwise, right? The reality of that is that only one person can ever have a remembrance active at one time, which means that if you have a remembrance active, which everyone does because it's the best way to complete quests, your matchmaking pool is cut by like 90%.
And once you complete the remembrance, it says the quest is over as well, right?
Yeah.
So I saw you unlock the summon lady. I forgot her name.
Revenant.
Yeah, and for her it was beat the Cerberus or go to this and beat a knight captain. And it's like, okay, if you can get the team to join you in helping you go beat the knight captain, then fucking good luck. But most people are trying to go beat the Cerberus, so at least that first one was like, hey, our goal is in common, you know? But the ones where it's like, yeah, everybody come help me do my specific thing, like...
But also, you guys have to turn your quests off.
Yeah, that seems counterintuitive.
Insane. Completely nuts. There are tons of things in this game that are like really structurally messed up. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking that so they rebalanced solo on Monday. They rebalanced solo by the following things. You gain 50% more runes as a solo player overall.
Okay.
Just straight up 50% increase, which makes it so that it evens out because you don't have 3 people killing things. You have one person. They increased the rarity of items you get on the 3rd day from the merchant or from drops.
Okay.
And they made it so that you have 1 free life a day during the night boss. Just a freebie.
Okay.
Just a built-in resurrect. And they also have it in solo, and so you got one of these items, the gold item that resurrects you once if you die.
Yes, yeah.
In solo, you can just buy those off of merchants.
Oh, for money. Interesting. Okay.
And they cost 10K, so it's relatively cheap.
Okay.
So I
go
fought a Gladius last night. Yeah, last night, and just to fuck around with it, and I rolled into Gladius with 4 lives. Like the freebie for the 3rd day and 2
of those
the
items
lives.
And
I beat him.
So, okay, solo is asking you to go buy those chances.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a bit more sense then.
And the other thing is that I discovered that Gladius, and I'm sure we'll figure this out over time, when he's not running around with 1 billion health, fighting everyone in every direction, actually has like a really simple move set by Dark Souls boss standards.
Gladius was which character again?
Is the 3-headed dog.
Oh, okay.
It's the first Night Lord.
Yes, yeah, the Night Lord, yeah. Right.
Actually has a really like simple move set. So one of the things that I noticed is that because his big jumps and big sword attacks always like leave him really far away, he always rushes you and always does like the same bite attack. So the way that I beat him is that I just like rolled on every single one of those. It was super easy. And then stabbed him and then did like a jumping attack. And then when he split into 3, I would just run. I would just run to the absolute edge of the arena until he reformed.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not surprised to hear that because as we were saying, like Consort Radon is on the basis of, again, you are getting married to this boss. You know, you are locking
Consort
in.
Radon is as far as they could ever push it, ever.
And I think when you're doing the whole time limit, fuck you, chance limit, etc., arcade mode thing, a simple boss is probably going to be...
Yeah, because you could be walking in there with like a massive numerical disadvantage.
In fact, it feels like Margit is actually an outlier in how many moves he has and how complex he behaves compared to the rest.
Yeah, Margit seems like the hardest thing in the game.
Yeah, that like every other boss is kind of like on a fairly limited.
So far.
Yeah, no, agreed. Because he plays like one of those real super hard lock-in bosses from the original game. Most of what you're running into in terms of fucking, bell-bearing knights and foreskin knight warriors and all that shit is like, yeah, okay, we know it's the kit. It's the 4 or 5 main moves. So the other part of this that I found quite strange, and it's by nature of the game being a like spin-off kind of title, by nature of it being so rushed in its like gameplay design and panicky, I find myself less engaged with the lore, at the very least, as far as like Souls goes. I'm not taking it anywhere near as seriously as I've taken every other game. reading the
No, absolutely
description,
not.
going over and thinking about the
No.
connections. I'm just going like, yeah, button, next, hit,
No, leave that to Vati to put out a
you
video
know.
in like 2 weeks, and then we'll watch it, and we'll be like, "Oh, that was Night Rain."
Yeah, you have a little thing you read that says, hey, here's what the characters are up to. Do their remembrance to find out more about their origins, and you seem to get more
Yeah.
pages as it goes. Talking to them, they say some little tips here and there, but I'm completely like, I'm treating, the way you treat Souls game after you've done it all in your new game plusing and you're just,
Yeah.
running around engaging with the mechanics. Like you were already there on launch for this,
Oh, one of the other things that they patched yesterday of massive note is that they made it so that jumping and mantling
That's-
on the climbable
is
surfaces
better
is a
now.
million times more reliable.
Yeah, I gotta go see that. There's a bunch
It
of
was
dumb
fucking
jumps.
terrible.
Mashing jump and then seeing you fall over and over again sucked.
Yeah, no, it's way more reliable now. And
But-
it really feels like the patch that came out yesterday was like the day one patch, but 5 days late.
Hmm. What I was gonna say, just back on the lore bit, is that there's the moment where you go to and talk to the summoner lady. It's gonna take me a minute to get the class names in, but
Who cares?
but that's my point. That is my point, right? I don't have their names locked in, and like I'm looking at her as the ghost, and you go talk to the ghost, and then you fight her and get it, and I'm like, if this was the proper LP, we would have been like, oh, she's staring at a painting of Radon. What does that mean?
Yeah,
Like
what's up with that shit?
like you would actually stop to go, oh yeah, she's actually hanging out in this room. What are the implications of that? And and now we're like, well, whatever. Yeah, it's interesting that like things that usually would matter currently don't, because the nature of the game is shut the fuck up, put in quarter, go now.
Go, 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 go.
And maybe I'm sure there's gonna be cool shit when the poster like boss shows up eventually, or the Night Lord of the whatever.
I've seen the Night Lord. I've seen the Night Lord phase transition. It's fucking cool.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. No, and like you're gonna
It's cool as
you're
fuck.
gonna see it, and you're gonna care after you see how cool it is, for sure. Like Artorias, But in the meantime, I'm just surprised. This is the first time I've booted any of these games up and just been like, yeah, whatever. Get mechanics,
So one of the things that's like of note is that like unlike your average Souls game, people have freaked on this game harder than they've ever freaked on a From Software game before. There were people by the end of the weekend being like, I beat everything and I did all the remembrances. What the fuck? Where's the rest of the game?
Jesus.
And
okay. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
And so like normally I'd be like, go outside. Like genuinely, normally I would be like,
but
go outside. With one change is that this is supposed to be like a multiplayer game that you play over and over. It's weird that there is such a definitive end to the game's campaign, which is, did you beat the Night Lord? All right, you're done. Which is why it's good that today they announced that they are going to have new Kings of the Night versions of those bosses coming next month.
Great. I mean, look, it's also a genre and company that have conditioned the most anti-grass touching, into its player base. So
you'd have more stamina if you went out and touched some grass, guys.
Yeah, I can't look at oh, you mean eat it like as an item? I remember those.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not gonna say that like if someone sits down and just fucking bleeds out their eyes to get there within one weekend, that that's not FromSoft's fault for anyone going that hard on the game. But the in the meantime though, I do hope that the end experience does kind of build into this weird Isaac style thing of, yeah, if you beat the game and you go back in, you're gonna have enough random variation with some friends that it can still be fun,
I would say, by the way, I played a couple of runs solo yesterday, and the changes they made to solo have been a fairly dramatic improvement in that experience.
Okay.
Like it is now a game you could be like, I have no desire to play it multiplayer, I'll just play it solo, and I would go, yeah, you can do that.
Well, they bought it in duos now. It's been in less than 24 hours.
So duos is coming for realsies in a month.
Yeah. I am curious if the end game is a way is basically people reducing RNG with relic rights and other.
Oh, it is.
Okay, so you really have less variance in your character.
The single best relic in the entire game is start with a stone sword key, increased rune acquisition, and decreased cost of items in the store.
Okay.
So you get more runes, and buying things costs less runes, and you start with a stone sword key that you can use to get a shit ton of runes right away. So
But
basically the best item is get tons of money to spend it to just get what you want
okay.
from the store.
Because I was looking at the inventory, you know, when you're in the round table hold, and I was like, are you gonna be able to like get a weapon before you even leave on the expedition? You know, like would they is that gonna be a part of the? And it's like not in the shops we've seen, you know. And then how far do the relic rights go? Do they replace your entire like starting armor,
Well,
or you know what I mean?
I think it was Vati, or maybe it was Iron Pineapple. I forget who it was, but you can get multiple of those rights. That is, start with a weapon that does ice or start with a weapon that does poison.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe what he had was he was playing, I forget who it was, but it was the Executor can start with his katana that does bleed,
Mm-hmm.
that also does poison, that also does frost.
No. I had
And then you just run to upgrade that with smithing stones.
2 relics that conflict with each other don't stack on your weapon. If the weapon itself has a base thing, that applies with the extra. But I put on a relic that had sacred, and I put on a relic that had fire, and there was an exclamation mark next to it, and said,
Really?
and it said no. Yeah. So both it specifically highlighted the sacred one to say this one is on and the fire one is off, you know. So
Interesting.
that sucks, because I would love to stack that shit. Like, you in base game you can definitely do that, you know. And or if you want it, and like I don't know if you can choose which one either, because if you want the other skill, it seems like you're kind of stuck with whichever one is in first priority slot, which sucks. But yeah, that I'm curious if like the end game relics are like massive build changes from the moment you drop in that regard, you know. But yeah, no, like brainless fun. Poke around it, poke it with a stick, you know, the game.
Oh, one other thing you should know: they changed the way boluses work. So you know those
staunching boluses
like,
and whatnot. Yeah,
it's like I pop it.
I've started eating them right away because whatever.
Yeah, so those give permanent buffs now.
Permanent.
They give permanent resistance to the thing.
Okay.
With them.
Just eat it immediately. Yep,
yeah.
That's correct.
I'll tell you what, though, I fought the absolute shittiest boss I've seen in Night Rain yet solo last night.
Scarlet Rot.
Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. It was Wormface.
And
Wormface has a permanent Deathblight aura on them that you have to constantly manage. And in order to deal with that permanent Deathblight aura, it spawns in ads constantly the entire fight that all drop the Death Bolus.
Yep. Fought that during the demo. Sucked.
That is like
absolutely
maybe one
sucked.
of the worst design boss encounters I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I did 2 runs trying that, and I'm never, every time I see it now, I'm like, fuck that
I
thing.
killed all the ads and I picked up the bolus. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go. I bet I can do it. And then like the ads all showed back up because they need to have a way to drop the bolus. Nonsense.
It's super weird fighting bosses in the field that are meant for torrent on foot.
Yeah,
you know, it's, you can like
there's mobility issues.
There's mobility issues, absolutely. And in the demo, I think is where we discovered that like the intended game loop, or the intended way you're supposed to move, is sprint through the map, but when you're in combat, use your circle button sprint. Right?
No, because the real sprint's like 3 times as fast as your circle button sprint. So even with the stamina loss, the only way I'm getting there in time is with the sprint.
Well, what I was about to say is when Margit's tossing fucking kunai at you, like 10-10, your regular sprint it doesn't feel like it's cutting it, you know? You can try the timed rolls and such, but like just hoofing it ninja style to the left or right is more effective, but your fucking stamina management is dog shit at that point, you know? but like, but switching between the two sprints for for optimal stamina management, I guess is like, I don't know. I think it's intended. There's also it's also like the legacy way the game, sprinting worked in those games. So I can see why they wouldn't necessarily completely get rid of one or the other. But you're so much slower doing a saunter jog versus get in.
It's also more awkward because you have to hold the circle button.
Yeah, and when you have, if you're playing with somebody who who downs the opponent and they're too busy to get the counter hit in, you gotta fucking dash in as quickly as possible. So, yeah, anyway, I'm sure optimally that'll look a little bit different, but it works.
I think the game's gonna look like really different from month to month.
Just to see how people are playing it.
I think the fact that we got like a balance, like genuine like balance changing patch within like 5 days, and they're going to add a new mode and like harder difficulties in like a month. I feel like when this game is maybe done in like 2 years, it will be a significantly better game. But I think that it has like really, really core structural problems. And the biggest one is that I kind of like vibing in From Software's environments more than I like running point to point to fight shit.
I don't disagree. I know what you mean. Yeah, sitting and looking at that distance and then making a decision.
I like inhabiting a different planet that's violent and hostile and weird more than fighting, the big boss, which is crazy because I love fighting those big bosses.
But ironically, you say that, but like, and I think the game design here is taking into account how the most hardcore people have been streaming the game as Twitch challenge
they
runs.
As much.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, we're aiming this at the meme runners essentially, more than anything. And
I wish they had actually just put like the randomization at like the speed run mode, or like the randomization as like a mode in base Elden Ring. Like that would have been of much greater value to me.
That could have been interesting, certainly, after you've learned it all. I feel, I mean, who knows what the future will hold, but I wish that there was more clean synergies between classes. It'd be super sick if there's double techs,
Yeah.
I would love it if what you described about the Wilder and the fire hook, if you could
there
like
kind of is, but they're soft double techs. Like certain people's moves just work better together. Right?
Okay.
Like restage works on any high damaging
ult. Yeah, any big ult, yes, for sure. Restage is great in combination. And more moments, but more moments of like intended synergy would be really cool. It's a little something that like even in the most passive way in Marvel Rivals, it's like, oh, that's cool. Okay, we get some good synergy together. Let's grab these two and gamma energy on Iron Man, or fastball special, or whatever. Jump on Groot's shoulders. I think little things like that would have been fun to see.
I think that the game's overall design is kind of a mess and the game has huge problems, but I want everyone at From Software to look at the roster in this game and realize it's really cool to pick classes in a game that they make that feel different, that really actually feel different. That is by far the best part of the game, is playing as Guardian and having a big heavy shield and a terrible dodge, or playing as Duchess with a double dodge, or playing as Recluse with a super long weird dodge, or people who have different move sets or different abilities.
The Raider's axe is such a unique axe compared to regular generic axes. The double claws that you do as summoner are
great,
very different, very unique moveset comboing around. Like, the uniqueness
having
between the classes
of
is
different
wonderful.
Sizes and how that affects your hitbox.
Like the Wilder.
Do you know the Guardian has a charged guard counter?
Oh, I think I did.
So if you hold R2, he does a really, really big guard counter, but with halberds only.
Interesting. Cool.
And I think about like, man, I just backport these fucking characters into fucking base Elden Ring.
Awesome uniqueness going on. 100%.
Someone's probably working on that right now, actually.
I mean, modding at the very minimum.
Well, because I think about like, remember when you picked a class in Elden Ring, you're like, do you play as the confessor or the prisoner or whatever? Like, if they just fucking played like this cast, that would be fucking awesome.
Do you then get to modify them back into whatever as you go?
Sure,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
respec it. I don't care. It's a cool set of abilities.
Have them feel super different from the jump. I agree. No, look, we love character select screens, and especially ones where you have abilities that change and matter. 100%. That's way more fun than a couple versions of dress up for the main, naked look you get. Also, yeah, starting you out like too powered in those games is also what they don't do. You have to kind of suck with whatever.
Yeah.
So you got a shitty knife or a shitty sword or a shitty spell, is also the
broken
thing.
handle or whatever the fuck.
So you being weak at the beginning is different from this game where you're supposed to start out kind of
you're coming in as like
your damage is low, but your kit is
characters.
finished. Yeah. That's the intention.
So this is made by a separate team. This is made by like new people, like young developers on the Elden Ring team, who I don't believe are working on Dustblood. And it's really interesting because I saw folks saying, "Oh, you think they're going to use the lessons they learn from Night Rain and apply them to Dustblood?" And no, absolutely
those games are being
not.
simultaneously
They're
developed.
never going to even talk to each other across the office.
I mean, we'll see if they have a completely different design philosophy for that one too.
Miyazaki said in an interview a while back, I'll never be able to find it, but like the reason why you always had to go back to the hub to level up instead of doing it at the bonfire is he didn't know that mattered to people until before Elden Ring. Like he just didn't know because feedback's for pussies, I guess. And I kind of respect that.
What we do know is whatever the game after this that they make, the multiplayer will have significant improvements because they're going to have 2 fucking test cases running live to figure it out. So that'll be interesting. It's also going to be interesting to see these games competing,
They're very different beasts, but at the end of the day, they're Elden Ring. So they're multiplayer From Software game.
At some point, it's going to be like, do you load up your Switch and go for the fucking Bloodborne Nintendo at home, or do you do your Souls run because they dropped another fucking Dark Souls character into it, Hey,
Dude,
look, it's Lautrec.
It's fascinating to me, and me and Gene were laughing ourselves silly because we couldn't stop talking about Marathon when we were playing Night Rain. And the reason why we couldn't stop talking about Marathon is that like Marathon had one of the biggest things, like, man, you got to put fucking solos and duo modes into this fucking game, dude. Like, holy shit, are you insane? 3 people only? And we're playing Night Rain, and like From Software has the mandate of heaven. Like From Software couldn't be more blessed by instant success no matter what its flaws. And you look at the Steam reviews and you look at the way people are talking about it, and it's like, give me a fucking duos mode, you fucking psychos. Holy shit.
Goodwill. And not lifting your entire texture pack from
but like even,
from a website.
Even with this game that is just like sold almost 4 million copies right now, it can't escape from like, no, put a fucking duos mode in. Make it playable solo. God damn it. It took Apex years to do that.
I saw a tweet. I saw a skeet that from Lumen on Screwy on Beast Guy said, just realized there's going to be a game or series of games shown off at the State of Play that's
tomorrow
are going to be far longer than intended because the runtime originally belonged to Marathon before advertising got yanked.
Bro.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh, we got to fill for time. Hey, you got any more like pre-rendered footage going on? Anything else?
11-minute demo of some indie game you've never heard of that doesn't look that good, but hey, it's not Marathon. We're not getting sued.
Can you double that vertical slice length? What are we doing?
Yeah. Oh my God.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, no. Night Rain's fine. Night Rain's fun.
I had like I finished my stream with Gene and I was like, I don't think I'm ever gonna stream this game again. And then they fucking patched it literally the following day to make solo way more playable. And then I streamed it again and I was like, okay, well this is a lot better. So hopefully that exact trajectory continues.
Yeah.
Because that first patch is a massive improvement. It is really pretty dramatic.
It's funny though because like the game is designed for streaming, for low effort, like just
Oh yeah,
drop in
dude.
and do a run. But
Absolutely.
I like like you said, the chill, taking in the lore, dissecting bits of these games.
Well, you don't have time to talk.
Yeah, and that changes the appeal. And I think, so when I saw some folks, like I saw some people were discussing like, oh, how are they gonna handle like playing this game? And I'm like, I'm gonna stream it once or twice, and that'll be that. I'm not gonna commit to uncovering all these bosses on camera over time. It just
Absolutely. Like me and Gene were gabbing our asses off, and then we started playing, and the entire conversation for like an hour and a half just boiled down to like, okay, what artifact? Okay,
Mhm.
holy. Okay, we're gonna go here. Okay, go, 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 faster, faster, faster. Does anybody have a stone sword key? No. Okay, go, 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 go. Like that
Mhm.
whole thing.
It's a blessing if you're not a variety streamer, though. If you're somebody who's like a Souls
No, because if you're
particular,
not, then you're gonna just fucking blast through
you're
this
gonna
shit in
crush
a
it too
week and be
hard.
done.
Mm, mm. Well, yeah, but then you start bringing your own stupid rules in, like,
People have
okay,
already soul level won this thing.
okay, you're like, I'm like, yeah, archer only, no bow and arrow, fucking, like you start working on whatever dumb, extra weighted chain rules. So, anyways, good stuff on that.
Weird game, flawed game. Gonna keep playing it. Gonna keep complaining.
Okay.
That's my review right now. I'm gonna keep playing it and I'm gonna keep complaining.
That's fine. That's fine. You know what? That's actually the sign of a good game, is if you're still playing but you're still complaining about it, right? In this day and age, it's much worse to just have
Engagement.
no complaints and dropping off is actually the worst possible outcome. If you think about
no
it.
engagement, no thought, no whatever.
I don't have anything to say about this. I'm actually just completely done, So speaking of weird games, the Hunter x Hunter Nenpact demo has
Is that what we're
just
calling it?
it's a feature in the game. Nenpact is the name of the system, actually.
Okay.
So I'm going with Nenpact according to what Aiding has decided. The Hunter x Hunter fighting game put a demo out on Steam, and you can go play it. And this shit is super funny because originally this game was going to be out a lot sooner, but it got delayed because they're adding rollback. Good.
Right.
Great.
Good. Excellent.
But the team definitely intended for it to be in people's hands a lot sooner. And as it's coming out in about a month or two, the idea of waiting too late for people to get hands on it is bad for marketing. So they released the demo with a tutorial, a single player mode preview, and labbing, but no online in the demo, which is really, really wild.
Was a full training mode?
The Nen Impact has a full training mode, and you can play local versus up to with 6 characters, but you don't play online in the demo for this fighting game.
That's really funny.
Very funny, right? I'm like, all right, so the rollback ain't done yet, and they don't want to show it off bad. You don't want to give a bad impression.
That's fair.
Get it out of the game, but people have to start playing it though. Okay, well, then give them a lab, So yeah, I mean, you can just have your own local little fucking skirmishes and so on. That it is what it is. Also hilarious is that the tutorial, there's a story mode and there's also tutorials, and the way that all comes together is it's just screenshots of the anime, right? So.
Okay.
You start the tutorial for the mechanics and you're getting blasted with spoilers from future arcs immediately.
Great.
And I'm like, God damn it, can I just learn how the mechanics work without finding out
No, you can't.
about fucking Greed Island?
Spoilers. Dude, Nan
Yeah.
happens like
way
5
late.
arcs in.
There's nothing
like,
you can do. There's nothing you can do. Right. It is what it is. Then you know what? You're playing a Dragon Ball game. You're gonna see some colors, and they mean what they mean. But it's just funny that like if you go into a particular story mode or whatever, like quests, and you could get hit with like recreations of story moments in any fighting game, you're like, of course, that's what that's for. But this tutorial to learn how to play is showing you scenes from far into the series.
Here's what happened. I have a direct 1-to-1 explanation of what's happening here. The game's called Nen Impact, and everybody uses their magic Nen moves. This is the equivalent of you playing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand all-star stand battle, and you start up and they start explaining to you what stands are, and you're like, I'm only halfway through part one. No, you can't. Fuck with the stand shit.
It's not that part. For me, the part I'm trying to emphasize here is that the tutorial goes hard into just like screenshots of the anime. That's it.
Punch Ghost. What the fuck is that?
It's as opposed to the like just like the breakdown, and then the context is, you know, fucking whatever, Dio and Jotaro staring at each other, you know. If you go in, it's the mode that I find that hilarious to do that in, right? Also, tutorials in general don't have story segments in them. Like
that's true.
It's weird to have two story segments in that mode. So that aside, gameplay is 3v3. It is Marvel style. It is fast. It is got assists and all that stuff. And I find it feels weird. I'm not super duper hooked on the way it feels. And
yeah, I'm watching Jam play right now. I'm not.
It's definitely like dividing people, because some people really love it, and I've seen people talking about how it's great for their old man reflexes, because you float so slowly when you get launched up in the game, and so much of it has like the moment you like it's very fast and chaotic. Like it's fast and chaotic when you're point blank mixing each other up and stuff, but jumping around and like landing hits, it becomes a lot slower. Characters kind of bounce really through the air and kind of float for a while.
Yeah, I'm noticing ground bounces have characters bounce off in like this nice, smooth, parabolic arc that gives you all the time in the world to hit them.
It's you know, and then on top of that, you have this other thing where some characters, like I mentioned, the kids are all Beautiful Joe sized, and also the stages are huge. So when you stand at both ends of the arena facing each other, there has never been more space between two characters in any other fighting game I've ever played. Like it feels like you took
all the characters are pretty small, actually.
It's crazy. Well, I mean, so Uvogin and some of the bigger, you know, people are going to be there to like feel a little more tank sized and normal sized, but with the kids that have really stubby limbs, they have a couple of buttons that make them fly forward, but you really just get this feeling of like you were staring at each other from super far away. And you know, imagine any like arena fighter running to the two walls of the arena. You know, it feels like you're kind of that distance from each other. So there's a little bit of weirdness with the spacing going on too. And yeah, look, there's some. It's a Hunter x Hunter net impact. They said that the budget of the game that Aiding had for this, I think it was like rumored to be like $400K or $600K, something like that. You know, they had a whole lot of resources on it, and
you can see it.
Yeah, you know, and it's like, okay, so just work on the gameplay and making sure that that's fun. And it's Aiding. Aiding has made a ton of they've worked on so many amazing fighting games over the years. They know what the fuck they're doing. They're behind Bloody Roar. They worked on Street Fighter 4. They worked on Marvel. I mean, you know, they're one of Aiding and Dimps are basically the secret developers that get called in to make some of the best fighting games, and then they kind of, you know, they go not uncredited but like secret credited, you know. But in this is one of those cases where it just doesn't, I don't find it's grabbing me, you know, and that sucks, because I wish, you know, for all the lore and bullshit with me in this series, I wish there was more of a pull towards it, but there just kind of currently isn't. It also, you know, we'll see what the full roster, maybe I'm gonna like some of those characters a bit more, but right now I'm kind of not super drawn and falling in love with any one of them in particular.
No, you have it backwards. You fall in love with the characters, and then you play the fighting game and play the character you want.
Of course, but that's my point, right? I like Uvogin. I think he's cool. I don't know about the rest. Kurapika is also pretty chill too. I like Kurapika, but you know, in terms of like carrying my interest into the game, I'm like, I don't know, man. But the weird part is that you talked about how like games from 1998 were. If I played Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact on the PlayStation 2, I would have been going like, yo, y'all remember Nen Impact? That fucking crazy Hunter x Hunter game that came out on the PS2?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow, what a fucking weird, goofy, fun game, right? if it came back, if it came out on the PS2, this energy would have been super different. But coming out alongside everything else right now, it's like, yeah, it might not be for me, man. You know, I'm gonna learn a bit more and get a team so that I can play it when it comes around and stuff. But there's that feel. You talk about that Sonic jump feeling. There's a little bit of that feeling going on here where it's just not hooking me in. And there's a larger problem too, I would say, aside from all of that. We are now in the space where you can play a fighting game on any controller you want, and no one can say like, oh, don't use a pad for that, or don't use a hitbox, whatever. Anything works on anything, right?
Right.
Everybody, we're in a controller agnostic universe. Have fun. It's great.
Yep.
I now have to put an asterisk for this game, because if you play on, like, playing Mortal Kombat on a stick, you kind of run into this issue where, like, pressing the supers of the two trigger buttons together, it really wanted you to do that on a controller, and that's getting weird
100%.
on a stick. This is kind of the worst case of that, because the game has technically 8 buttons to use, and 7 if you count the main ones. And most fighting games are like, we'll do it all in 6, right? You're on a stick,
And then you'll do combinations.
your hand comfortably rests on the first 6 buttons, and then that's kind of what it's always sort of been. And now this game has light, medium, heavy. It's got the Nen button, which is your shield and launcher. Then it's got assist 1 and assist 2. So that's your 6 buttons, and that's just like Marvel, right? But it adds a super button, which is a special move button, which is basically modern mode, tilts for your special moves.
Uh-huh.
And you need to use that button. You can't just do quarter circle, Hadoken inputs or anything.
Mm-hmm.
The shortcut button is mandatory for doing special, so that requires a 7th button to be on your stick, which is weird to reach out to, much less to hit in the middle of a fast combo. And this is also really weird, but the game has auto combos where, that's become more standardized.
Sure.
But the auto combos that you do with the auto combo button are full damage, unscaled. There's no downside to just doing them instead of doing real combos type of thing. And they do 50% damage.
Oh, yeah.
Just off the auto combo off a light in some cases.
Honestly, I remember you didn't have the same feeling that I did with a City of the Wolves. But like this is like very similar, is that like when I was playing City of the Wolves on pad, I like couldn't get a button layout that I was happy with. And like it like massively brought the game down for me.
Mm-hmm.
And hearing like seven, man, that's too much. Even on the pad, that's too much.
Yeah,
that's too much.
I get used to shortcuts on the shoulders for sure. I mean, so with I didn't bring it up, but with City of the Wolves, there were a couple like, oh, this could work if you wanted to bother, but I think we're past that point for making sure that you could press both buttons together to get your EXs out. But yeah, I think here the problem that this game has with the stick thing is just most of the time, if you wanted to press the button to do a Hadoken, you could also just do down quarter circle forward and then punch, and it would be fine too, and you don't have to think about it. But now when you force them to use the shortcut button, it's like, oh god, your hand has to fly all over the stick now, and that's like, you don't want to make people unable to use a stick with your game. That's not a great decision.
I think that in a game genre that is so vitally defined by player input, that fucking around with like known button combinations is particularly dangerous. Like the goal for every fighting game is to like have the controls disappear for most players, just become a brain to game direct connection.
100%.
And so when you're telling me you're sitting there with your stick that you love and you have many years of practice on and going, 7th button,
and the thought,
even for like an experienced fighting game player.
And the thought process there is essentially them going, like people aren't buying sticks as much as they're just playing on pads, so let's just
That's true.
design around the pad. But like a good design, a good control scheme will allow both to work, you know. You want to give people the ability to play on a fucking DDR mat if they want to. That's the fun of these games too. Somebody shows up with a fucking keyboard or guitar and it actually plays well, and you're like, that's crazy, you're insane, but it actually works, you know. And then we have to figure out this auto combo situation because like in the one hand I've seen it's like it can teach you how the characters moves string together, and you know that can be a useful kind of guide, and then if you can do it on your own you can just do way more damage manually. But it is kind of funny to have a game where you're like, yeah, if you wanted to just auto combo someone twice they're dead, so
Yeah, just do it.
you can
I
just
think
do
I feel like it's
that.
been figured out, Wooly.
Yeah, there's no downside, you know. Or if you want to like go halfway through the auto combo and then switch to a manual one, you can, you know.
That sounds like it's been figured out. What's there to figure out?
I guess the idea is just like, is there going to be touch of deaths, which someone found some bugs where you could do like, you know, one hit kills with Leorio. And I think what are the, if you're going to do a like drop your combo in the middle of your of it and mix the person up with like a crazy left right thing, that's possible too. But right now auto combos have never been more real, and like the only thing telling somebody, hey man, don't rely on that, is like your pride, which is like, okay, whatever. You know.
Yeah, okay, I'll have pride in my win, thank you.
So they're going a weird way about this game, and these are veterans of the fucking genre, you know. I can't tell what they're going for, but we will find out.
I think what they're going for is that Hunter x Hunter has never had a fighting game before, so they want Hunter x Hunter fans to be able to do cool stuff with the characters they like.
Has it really had nothing?
It's had nothing.
What video
Hunter x
games?
Hunter has been crazy underrepresented in video games.
You'd think any fucking Shonen Jump franchise would just get the cash behind it to even come out with like a shitty Game Boy Advance thing, you know, like at some point. But yeah, okay, fair enough. And yeah, okay, here, sure enough, there's a ton of Hunter x Hunter video games, but they just kind of never went all in that. Jump Superstars, yeah, cameo characters there. Weird shit. We'll see how it launches, but yeah, when we talk about the magic of a game with a lower budget, and in this case, it's like even with this budget, some of the decisions just didn't have to be what they were.
I think,
regardless, it shouldn't
game
factor
with
in
a
there.
lower budget doesn't apply equally to all things, and I think game with a lower budget being paired with large rostered existing property that everyone wants to see everyone on is maybe one of the worst combinations.
Expectation for existing IP crammed into limitations, as opposed to zero expectation brand new IP.
Because when I see a Hunter x Hunter fighting game, my expectation is that the fighting game part is okay and that it has every character I would want to play as.
But I don't want the misread on this to be, therefore, games with established IPs always need to be quadruple A, because I do not want that. You know?
No, I think that Hunter x Hunter should have. I think that giving it to like CyberConnect to make a goddamn Naruto All Stars or whatever the fuck those games are called. I can't even remember. What are those fucking games called?
Great Ninja Clash.
Great Ninja Clash. I think that would have been like a better use of everyone's time and money, because I look at that roster and I go, well, where's so and so? Where's Kurapika's brother?
I didn't even know that was a character.
Where's fucking where's Pito? Like fucking fuck off. Where's Kurapika's not Kurapika, sorry. Where's Killua's whole fucking family?
Oh, the Zoldyck family. Yeah.
Like, where's the whole fucking family? Like, sorry, I got Kurapika and Killua mixed up. Where's that octopus sniper that had that really emotional part during Chimera Ant? Where's that guy?
Behind a season that is of DLC that can't come out because the performance is not going to reach that
Yeah.
level of success.
Where's
I mean,
that chameleon guy who turns invisible?
all right. Well, there's a lot of like aiding has a legacy, and like I trust them in a lot of cases, but and I feel like this. We'll see how the launch goes, but like it feels like a rare miss for me at this point. But I'll make a final call once it launches.
Oh wait, Moreau is not in the game? Are you serious? But is the big guy with glasses and a giant pipe not in the game?
Should I take my
There's no
headphones
way.
off for future shit? I'll just you let me know when it's clear.
Morel, my mistake. He is? Okay.
Okay.
God. And I can't remember anybody's fucking name in that show. That's crazy.
So that's all on Nenpicked. The only other thing, beat Cyberpunk.
Nice.
Super enjoyed.
Is it good?
Yeah, and bugs were fucking rife the whole time. In fact,
okay, so now that you're done and you've bugged it out real hard.
Oh man,
I'm gonna say it once more for people in the back. When you have a PC save file that you pull mods off of, that save file is probably fucked forever. Pulling mods off does not make everything back to pristine state.
Yeah, that could be the case. Although, again, I did go and start a fresh one.
It was fresh on PS5?
I did the transfer over for the character, because I had the character model or whatever early on in. But after a point, I just made a fresh character.
Okay.
So the game is still busted as fuck. And I saw like even people were going into threads going like, oh, is this a SSD issue or installed on a secondary thing? And it's like, no.
That was a PS5 version, right?
Right. This is a console. And they're like, oh, yeah, even on a secondary drive. Like, no, nothing's on any secondary drive. Like the game is built in like shit, and you can see it falling apart, and you can try to reach for any other reason why I did something stupid and fucked up the process here, but what you're seeing is the game running on a PS5 and running like shit. I don't know what else to tell you. You know,
a broader question.
You can get
this actually like relates a lot more to my life than you would think. So you and Paige are the only two people I've ever met in my life like this. And I don't know what it is about the both of you, but you both produce what I would call never before seen results.
Yeah, I don't know.
Every time you interact with technology, which I have walked out of a room and heard a noise and like a fucking device will be on fire and Paige will be like, I didn't even touch it.
Yeah. Made me a great
QA.
What
is going on?
Made me a great QA tester. I was really good at my job. I was very good at QA. That's the best I can say. But the start of this whole thing, because you just reminded me, because I kind of forgot about it until you brought up the whole save file bit, but the amount of fucking audience gaslighting on, no, you idiot, it's your fault for doing it whatever way you did because you heard old news or was some of the most frustrating, annoying bullshit. It was so stupid and shitty. I hated that. That sucked, right? When I'm like, fucking clean the thing, boot the game up, buy it, start the game, make save, go, and has nothing to do with it, because what happens is word travels slowly and things, whatever I say. So you hear about you're doing the Mass Effect thing again, and you're doing mods. Why are you doing mods? You don't want to do the respec, whatever. Okay, fine, right? All that mess comes and goes, and we go, all right, fine, fuck all that. Let's just go with the PS5 console version. There shouldn't be any issues there. And like after that point, it doesn't matter. Everything I do is stupid in some way that's going to be a problem. And like I hate that shit, man. I'm playing on a clean file and the game's fucking up, and you got to go like, no, it's because you installed it to an external hard drive on your PS5 or some shit. Fuck off.
That shouldn't matter,
right? That sucks. Don't be an asshole. Anyway, the game is done.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry if I came off extra critical.
No, it reminded. No, it's more like the amount of bullshit going on at the beginning of that was like. Anyway, it completely unreasonable. For we have moved on to an entirely different like setup that has nothing to do with how I was playing it on PC, and there are still problems, but because it's me, they're all my fault no matter what I do. Okay, that's a fair take. That's reasonable, sure, you know. Anyway, the game is done, and I definitely enjoyed how going through it, the choices you make with with a lot of these characters are, you know, they weigh on your decisions in any, like, I imagine a good Western RPG always has these moments of like gray with all the characters, and you know, you follow.
CD Projekt's like particularly good at it.
They're so vaguely like, oh, you can't feel good about helping anybody. You can't.
For the Witcher games, they have a really excellent time making sure you never get a clean win. Like, you can get like, yeah, you know what? I got most of the things I wanted. And they're like, okay, but this part that you don't like, actually, that came along with that.
Yeah, it's,
you know,
it's very clear that like Night City is, of course, your main character. Therefore, you should not feel good about you should not feel clean. If you feel too clean morally about your decisions, maybe you're not considering a certain part of it, right? If you're like, yeah, let's go with Johnny all the way, right? He's right, and we got to fight the powers because corpos suck, you know? And you're like, what about the fucking bodies that got cooked with a nuke, you know?
No,
like,
man, don't you get it?
And that applies across the board, you know? And so like when it came to Phantom Liberty, I'm not gonna like spoil any of the choices, but some people were confused by like the way I played it and like why I did what I did, and like kind of like we're going like, oh, did you think this or that or whatever? And I eventually clarify in terms of like what I did and why I did it, because they completely filled in the gaps on something that was not the case with why I chose to help and not help certain people and why. But something that also happens in games sometimes when you have a crucial decision to make is like there's the way you would decide in real life, and then there's the video game version where you're like, narrative stories sometimes give you a little invisible thread where you would expect there to be none, you know? Sometimes they give you a little ladder, and it's like, oh, if you find it, then maybe you can, but you have now closed the door to all ladders. So the idea of like letting that kind of like, maybe I can find a way out if I keep fighting to find that way out, happens in video games a lot.
So how far did you get into Baldur's Gate 3?
We got, I mean, you know, everyone joined the party.
Did you get to the second act? Just tell me if you got to Act 2.
No, we didn't get to Act 2, no.
Okay, so at some point in Act 2, I encountered a scenario that is very similar to what you describe, in which, how would I actually deal with this in my personal life if I was a Dungeons and Dragons character? I would make an impassioned plea and just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk forever, right? Because that's how I try and solve intractable problems. I just keep talking until it's solved, or everyone tells me to shut up.
Rhetoric up.
And in Baldur's Gate 3, I grasped the tiniest implication of a hint of a whisper to maybe not do that, and then didn't.
Okay.
And that was not how I would have ever, in almost any other game, done that.
Yeah. Because it all depends on the creator of the game and how they view the world and what they, you know, want that to be, right? But there are cases where, you know, a game will be like, you know, make a choice here. None of them feels great. And like, you gotta internally go, all right, I'm going with this and I'm standing by it, and here are the reasons why, because ethically this is worse, or whatever the case is, you know? But then when there's those moments where it's like picking the one that seems wrong or seems like you know, more selfish or whatever the case is, but then there's a little like, but if you struggle, you can find that way out or so, always makes me go, oh man, well, now you can just as easily go, you're an idiot for giving up when you shouldn't have given up, right? That's the kind of the idea. Is like some people write stories in a way where it's like, never give up no matter what. And some people write stories in a way where it's like, no, there's a time and place to give up and accept that because life is hard. And you don't know who you're dealing with and what kind of story they're telling you, you know?
So let me ask you, because I haven't. I played about to the. I only really played the first chapter of Cyberpunk. Right.
Hmm.
One of the things the Witcher series does very excellently is they give you decisions that don't really seem all that important, for only for you to later realize that they did have more value than they expected. And it's not like, well, because you went to the bar instead of the graveyard, so and so died, right? It's
Hmm.
this affected your relationship with the character, and therefore the character had a different motivation, and the character went on.
Okay, this game is the opposite. This game
Okay.
has multiple choices that always feel drastic, even when you have
Mhm.
a way out after you've committed to them. Sometimes you make a drastic choice that feels like binary, but then you can still RPG your way into a different outcome. And then sometimes, with the moment you choose it, it's set. You know. Um,
So Witcher 3 does something really interesting. Its ending is incredibly opaque in its how you get it. There's no like choose the color of your juicy fruit like Mass Effect at
mhm,
the end of it.
mhm.
Like Witcher 3's ending is a direct culmination of acts that happened like way back, like a dozen hours beforehand.
Mhm.
And so you arrive at your ending, and it is the that you built for yourself and
Yeah.
prescribed for yourself.
Yeah.
And then it gives you like little flashbacks to the choices that you made that mattered,
Okay.
and none of them were presented as if they were important at the time.
Interesting. Okay.
All of them were like really really simple. The one of the most interesting ones, and this is just, do you accompany someone to a conversation that should be private, or do you let them do it by themselves
Okay.
and miss out on the cutscene?
Right. Right.
And that's one of those things that like leads in. And it represented this thing where people like got to the end, and some people were like outraged
Mhm.
that they got the ending that they got, because it
Mhm.
was like a downer, or it was
Mhm.
like not what they wanted. And then you, well, what did you do here, 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 and here? And played your Geralt like an asshole.
But
Like you were given like a dozen opportunities, and you played him like an emotionless, callous freak.
okay.
So the ending is going to represent that.
Okay, interesting. So two things that come to mind here. One, there's one major part of the game that does what you're describing, which is your relationship with Johnny in the game is very subtle, and you're like putting him down or agreeing with him or what you say, choosing to chew him out or not, are all decisions that matter, that are much more subtle compared to the other relationships and choices you make, right? There's a lot of like life and death, walk away or stay here, kill or don't kills. And with Johnny, it's kind of like we're having conversations about whether or not we like each other, and whether or not I trust you, and that there's an actual Johnny meter when you pause the game to see what
Oh
percentage
man, how
sync,
much Johnny you
you
got?
know. So that one part of the game is treated differently, and it's cool how subtle that is, right? In contrast, what you're describing is like, I would say that, like, not in defense of this, but if the game presents itself with enough robustness in its quest making and giving, that that you don't feel like playing it like a video game and turning your brain off is just the optimal way to go, right? Exploring all dialogue options, and then, as opposed to like commit to the one and never say the others, right? Games where
Yeah.
it's like you have 5 things to say and you can always go back and hear them all and it won't
Yeah,
mean
absolutely.
anything, versus the game that's like, no, the one that you said matters and the others go
That's the one.
away. But what about the game where you say the one that matters, but you can go back and say the others, and the saying this one makes them like you less, and you just did it to explore what the character would say, but now you've created a
I'm a big fan
consequence.
of that, actually.
Right?
I'm a big fan of like, hey, don't ask me about my face.
Yeah,
And you
you
can
were-
go through all the discussions, and then you ask about your face. Like, I fucking told you not to ask me about it. You fuck off.
So it depends, but you don't know what the game is like and who's making it and why they're making it in that way, right? And if you have these unintended consequences where, it's kind of like when I talk about a game has stealth and you're like, okay, what does this video game consider stealth? Is it lighting? Is it crouching?
Stealth can be
Is
very
it crawling? Is it sound? Is it line of sight? How many different things are this video game taking into account so that you don't have to just crawl at the slowest possible pace out of sight in the dark, in the bushes, to still be invisible? You don't know what matters or what doesn't. And the moment you do, you just game the system, because video games work that way. So what you're describing at its worst, in my opinion, let's go back to it for a second, the fucking hold the line system in Mass Effect 2, right? Where the whole game plays a certain way, but in the finale, all of a sudden, you want to get subtle about things. You want to be more deep and interesting about what the representation of these characters is than the rest of the game applied. And now these invisible metrics kick in a way that's abysmal because you've been playing the game with zero amount of this subtlety.
I think,
and it falls apart. Nightmarish.
I think that the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 exists in two states. There are two versions of that system, and there's nothing about the system that changes. Like, it's all the same numbers. The question is its context. Playing Mass Effect 2's suicide mission within like the month of its release with no plans to play the third game is very different than playing through that suicide mission as part of the Mass Effect trilogy. Because one is, oh man, that was a crazy ending I got. I can't believe Thane and Mordin didn't make it. Oh, rip in peace, guys. Versus, oh, let me look up the numbers so I can do it again so that everyone can survive, so that everyone can talk to me on the Normandy for the third game. Those contexts dramatically changed everything about how that works.
Yeah.
Nobody rolled into a fucking file Mass Effect 3 with only Shepard alive. You freaks.
The absolute obtuseness, you know? It's the writing equivalent of the moment where you have to walk up to the party in the James Bond mission, and where you have to walk up to a window and shoot it to break the glass. And I remember I was describing this as like, pause, let's talk about game design. Is glass breaking anywhere in this series a part of the franchise at all? Is shooting through glass anywhere in our brains in this world? Or have we internalized the idea that glass is just glass and then you have to move around it or whatever, right? So why this one sudden moment of shooting the glass? You're crazy. You're crazy if you train the player to expect something and then suddenly go, no, do the other thing. That's real life, isn't it? And you're like, you asshole, you're a video game and we know there's limitations. And I can understand when like drawing assumptions about things are going to lead you down, you know, a well, and you could use that as a trap in a way where if you expect the game to play a certain way and then they can use that against you to subvert your expectations, that's cool sometimes, right? It depends on how you execute it, right? But the moment I'm describing with the way the rest of that game played was such a like, this is not at all the same thing. This is not what I've been doing for the last few hours. This is super weird to expect the person to intuitively just come to this conclusion. And that's what's going on in that fucking obtuse ass suicide mission, you know? Like, you can't suddenly at the last minute decide you want your game to be more subtle and deep than it actually is. So if you're describing The Witcher in a way where from the jump you get a sense that the game cares about and or is paying attention to things that you otherwise might overlook in other games like this, that's good, because then you're like, I'm on edge the whole time I'm playing this and thinking a little bit more about it. Kind of like in Disco when you fucking trip over the old lady and do the double deuces. Right off the bat, I'm like, oh, failure is something special in this game, you know?
So the very first choice in Witcher 1 is the Kaer Morhen is being attacked by goons who are trying to steal all the Witcher's magic bullshit. And they go, okay, do you go down to the basement to head off the goons? Or do you fight off the gigantic fucking monster that's attacking your friends? And that is that just seems like it wouldn't matter all that much, right? You fight the big monster and you get like the monster parts, which can get you an upgrade. But then you get to the bottom and discover, oh, they had extra time to steal more shit. And enemies in later missions will be more mutated as a result because they got to steal more Witcher bullshit because you were busy.
Okay. Yeah. And you find those consequences out like how soon?
A full chapter later. Like 12 and a half hours later.
Okay.
Like way
in there,
way too late.
In there, you find out.
Change your mind.
Okay. Because again, like it's like I'm not against, you know, game design and the writing and such planning that to be the case, but you can't go one full way and 180 at the last second and expect a good result there and expect people to enjoy that, you know. So all this to say that you know, in a game like Cyberpunk, when you like, the more you kind of the more you kind of feel self-satisfied with the choices you make, I think perhaps the more wrong you're going about this. You shouldn't feel okay with any choice you're making, you know, for most, at least for the major players in terms of who you're supporting and what. But with that, I think it's great. I think it's very cool, and I like the journey through this world. The one thing I will say that, like, I don't know, maybe I was expecting a bit much, or maybe CD Projekt playing you know, taking a world that already existed in the original Cyberpunk tabletop universe and then expanding on it, didn't want to, like, you know, crack open the sausage too much, right? I'm not sure, but there's a couple moments in the game where I found talking with, like, Johnny and a couple other characters, and throughout the LP, like, I'm like, the idea of how cheap and disposable life is in Night City is such an interesting discussion to me, right? And it's the part that hits the hardest, and it's the moment in Edge Runners episode fucking 1 where David gets handed a package, and it's like, yep, here you go, here's the remains, bye.
It's like, life isn't cheap. Like, life has actually no value at all.
Therefore, if we're going to care about people, who should we care about and why, right? What is the world's viewpoint on this? Is the giant fucking, you know, pen in the sky as cynical as the world within it, or does it say to, like, have meaningful relationships with who you can for the time you can, because that's all you get, right? Or is there something else to it? I don't know, right? But I'm always curious to find out what the players and pieces on the board feel about the game that they're in. And
do you feel like this applies to, like, runners, or like literally every person in Night City?
In this game, you get to experience, you know what runners' lives are like, and then in this game, you get to experience life as a solo, right? So you know how bullshit that can be. But the average person just wandering about the streets, going about their life, is suffering horribly, because every time you do an NCPD mission, every time you do a cyber psycho hunt, every time you do a fucking random side mission of gig of any kind, it's filled to the brim with normal people living normal lives, dying for no reason, because life means nothing in the city.
I mean, to be fair, that's like kind of like regular life.
Sure, there's not death races drifting around with people gunning full speed Mad Max at each other around.
I mean, we're not quite there yet.
The Cary Expressway is not getting me riddled with bullets for going for a hot dog just because I went to the wrong street. But
people do live in, like, Los Angeles. Like, that is, like,
but there are places, right? Make no mistake. Some places are more death race than others. But yeah, the overall feeling that you get is, like, if you think this is localized to people who are like, oh, you picked a dangerous life, right? Live by the sword, but die by the sword. No, this is everybody, right? It's
no, because there's a crazy amount of collateral damage all over the place,
nonstop, insane amounts, you know. And overall, you get that whole, again, the corpse on top being like, whatever, cost of doing business, we don't give a shit, and you know that's the vibe. So how the pieces on the board feel about the pieces, about the game they're in, is like, I love that. That's such meat on the bone, you know? And that's why I love Kreia so much, because she has the most shit to say about the world she's in, right? That's why she's my favorite fucking Star Wars character, because, oh my God, spit, Granny, spit.
I think Kreia is one of my favorite Star Wars characters, but for, like, maybe the opposite reason that you're saying right now.
Maybe,
like, Kreia believes that at the end of Kreia is like South Park made manifest in fucking what do you call it, in Star Wars, where, like, she would rather complain about how everything is stupid and dumb than actually do anything. Like, she's wrong at the end of the day,
but she wants to. There is something she wants to. She is wrong, but there is something she wants to do, and the deal is that her version of the world that she lives in. Basically, what if Johnny is shitting at the corpse, but the corpse are a walking, living, breathing group of people called Jedi and Sith?
Yeah.
You know, the world we live in is shaped by these assholes. Who are the assholes? Arasaka and Militech? No! The fucking Jedi and the Sith. We don't give a shit about your stupid war. We're trying to live normal lives, and we fucking suffer because you're too busy having your religious bullshit, which, you know, and going off, and we don't give a fuck, man. Don't kill me and my family. You know? It's interesting, right? And so I'm super, like, always down to hear the cracking open of that idea in the world and where that goes, right? And Johnny's like, so let's drop the nuke and fuck plans. Let's just go for it. Who cares? And you're like, okay, Johnny, like, is you know, frying collateral damage, aka called protein, is getting more protein involved in the terrorist attack a good idea, you know? And you kind of run into other people who are similarly minded, and you go, oh, how badly do you want to make your point here, right? Because if you're down to fucking fry entire innocent families for simply standing in the way to make your point, maybe...
Don't you get it, man? It's about the system.
Right? Maybe
these are all just cogs in the machine, bro.
Right? And maybe I don't want to stand next to you while you're spouting off about that, right?
Maybe I just want to, like, pretend that I just met you outside and that I don't really know you.
You know, yeah, we agree on the problems, but what are do we agree on the solutions? It's very important that we agree on the solutions. You know, there's a lot of that in the world today where, oh, you and I, oh, we agree on the problem. Oh, that's nice. What are your solutions? Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Right. I'll be over here. Go fuck yourself. You're just as bad, right? So I kind of was hoping to see that get cracked open a little bit, and it dances and touches, but it doesn't quite fully lean into that amount.
Smart enough to engage on this topic in the level that you want him to,
no,
or her to.
And V doesn't have to get to that point. It just needs to happen in the logs we're reading. It has to happen in the conversations in the background. It has to happen when you're chatting with the leaders of the Militech or Arasaka corporations, or you know what I mean. We need to kind of just give me something to chew on, you know. And there was a lot to chew on. And I didn't scrape the game to 100%. And there's always, like, fun little bits and pieces of lore that I was missing. And when I'd find stuff off camera and read it, I'd be like, ooh, yeah, okay, that's good stuff, you know? But the narrative of the main story of V was not about what I'm describing, you know? It touched on it because that's what life in Night City is. And it's interesting that, like, Edge Runners is kind of distilled into that one screenshot, you know, the one. And that's kind of what people feel, and they like that when it's like, oh, that song starts playing and people feel a way about that song because of what it makes them feel. That's exactly it, right? I'm like, why do we feel that about this, and do we feel that about that, you know? And there's a part of this too where, of course, you're a video game character, so you're going to go through this in Tomb Raider mode, like mowing down a cult of people on an island, you know, where, like, you're like, okay, the story wants to pretend she killed like 4 people, but it's closer to 400, you know? So all this to say that, like, without scratching that most interesting itch of the cyberpunk world, I still was satisfied with where the game goes and how you get there. You know, and then, you know, beyond that, you kind of just, like, a lot of it depends on how hyped are you for fuckboy Johnny to just be a fuckboy and be wrong and have a point, but be super wrong about it. Do you enjoy that aspect, you know? And then within that too is, like, do you want to, you know, kind of just, how much are you enjoying being in this setting and this world, scanning things, looking at the different cultures as they crash into a cyberpunk world. Yeah, right. So we get to see Buddhist monks mixed in with a cyberpunk setting. Awesome, right? Japanese, like, zaibatsus crashed into a cyberpunk setting. A quintessential, has to be there, you know? And all these little bits and pieces where you get that. The voodoo boys, the Haitian culture crashed into a cyberpunk world. Super fun to see. Does that just, like, feed your brain and give you the right synapses firing, the jitters? Okay, cool. You're going to enjoy the ride regardless.
So let me ask you a question. You had a very, it sounds like you had an excellent overall time with Cyberpunk, and you're extremely happy with what you got out of it.
I recognize the flaws for what they are, and I also
Sure.
right, and there are bigger flaws I didn't touch on yet, mind you. But in terms of just getting the feeling of this world right, and walking away from it going like, oh man, it fucking sucks to live there. Yeah, they nailed it.
But also you had like fun playing it. Like it was an enjoyable romp and you were like, yeah, good CD Projekt makes good game, right?
Yeah. Well, with an asterisk, but go ahead.
So that's my lead up. So with that being said, and the technical problems that you ended up having multiple years after the game's release, how excited are you to hop on Witcher 4 day one?
Oh,
Because
oh,
let me tell you, man, as somebody who's ridden this ride 4 times,
every
I'm
single
done.
one, huh? Every
I
single one.
am done. Every single game they have ever put out, massively, crazy fucked up. Like
Oh,
fucked up enough that I was like, I'm gonna wait like a year
oh, yeah. No reward for
or more.
early adoption. Um, if you can, deal with dodging big lore points and
I'm
potential,
launching a tech demo of Witcher 4 today, going, I will play this game when my son is in high school.
Is there like, is it usually a big patch that gets announced, or is there like a proper re-release where you go, that's
It
the
is
step?
it traditionally it's called the enhanced edition.
Okay,
But
the
this time
re-release.
around it came with Phantom Liberty, but they didn't call it enhanced edition. They called it version 2.0. You remember that?
Yep. Um,
Um,
well, so what I'll say to some of the stuff I kind of wanted out of the game that I didn't get gameplay wise is like it's almost, I don't want to ask too much or be unrealistic in the demands, but one thing that I went into the game kind of like, initially I was kind of overwhelmed. I don't know if you remember my first sessions being like, oh man, there's so much and I don't know how to handle all these
mhm.
choices and builds and stuff. And then when I went off camera and I went through it and I kind of came back and I went, oh, you get 3 classes. 3 OSs are going to decide the
Yep.
majority of how you play. And then on top of that, you can pepper that with melee weapons of different kinds or different guns, but for the most part, your OS determines what you are. And I wish there was more, you know? I wish there was more variety to that. I wish that maybe you could choose to dual wield and pick a gun with a different gun or,
Well, I mean, there's
you
the 3
know,
classes:
mhm.
swords, alchemy, and magic. I'm sorry, we're talking about cyberpunk. I meant melee, shooting, and magic.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, I mean, in this case, fucking time stop, melee and magic. So, um, and then it turns out that back in the original game, the classes were based on your job. So you could be like, your whole playstyle was based on, are you a like medic?
That makes sense.
That's your gig. That's what you do. And then everything else after is a sub choice from that. But this story about a particular person going through a particular adventure, it would be way too ambitious and way too hard to be like, oh yeah, here, this is a you're a corpo that spends the whole game being a corpo, but still have the story of V. It wouldn't make sense with the way the game's
Mhm.
designed. So I you kind of go like, I understand why they did, and I look forward to seeing how they expand on what they do. Maybe more subclassing, because again, you can pick up a sword and still hack things. You can, grab a whip that hacks people, or pick up a gun and do berserker stuff. But more implicit, like baseline variety, I think would be a lot of fun, even if it means like taking out how far down the path, the road you go, and making it a little more shallow, but widening the base. Uh, and then I go, oh my god, fucking Larry in Baldur's Gate 3, though. That's, you can't expect anyone to
You
hit
want
that.
more
You
subclasses
can't expect
of
anyone
one?
to do that. That's unfair. That's an unrealistic amount of open, play.
And if you want to go even further, you can be like, you can look at a game like Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous, and be like, here is here is more subclasses, abilities, feats, etc., than you could ever hope to possibly understand. But you're trading that for a game that like fucking barely works for multiple years.
you know. But when you're not doing that stuff, you're walking through somewhere in the city and conversations around you are great and interesting, and you're picking up garbage that tells you about the setting and fun stuff is happening around, and you're like, yeah, this is cool, you know? And what I would say too is like my own personal love for the genre, and that's sort of like, you know, what's rad about it. This is the part where in an open world game, I might get bored already by seeing the pieces. You can see where the NPCs spawn and walk in their circles. You can see where the chariots, cars, or horses spawn and then run throughout. You know, and you're kind of like, yeah, okay, we get it. It's big, it's empty. You know, there's story happening over there, but there's a whole lot of nothing in between. And in this case, I'm like, no, like there's enough in this that's like cool about the setting that kept my interest peaked, even off
I
camera.
think CD Projekt makes really incredible spaces.
Mm.
Like I think even in Witcher, I think Witcher 1 takes place entirely in the city of Vizima.
Mm-hmm.
And it is like a 2000s era PC game in which characters like are characters that walk around are like completely faceless, nameless, like whatevers.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's only like 10 separate character models. And the people you actually have to talk to mostly stay in one spot. It's a really great interior space.
Okay.
Like it is a really fantastic explorable space, even within its own limitations.
And so I'm curious because like when you walk around, I don't know, fucking random like Just Cause, you're not expecting to be like, ooh, look at this city and its living, breathing vibes.
No, the city is there to be blown up.
Fucking whatever, right? And then I know that the earlier GTA games, certainly you kind of like, you see the bones for what the city is at a certain point and it stops being interesting. Does a game like Red Dead Redemption actually have interesting things happening out in the wilds where with random animals and forests and dark, you know, in the woods? Like, is the money in that game keeping the like spaces interesting in the same way that you're describing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. You can do that.
You picked the one
Where
you
they
picked the single example
they did
that
it.
proves the point in the other direction.
Okay. No, I'm legit. No, because I'm legitimately curious because I know not every studio does this. Right. Some places just like go like grab tree generation, grab grass, and stretch a mile in that direction and go. You know. And this in Cyberpunk, you're like, what the fuck does that sign say? What is this conversation happening? You know, there's enough interesting going around that you don't kind of feel that, you know. Ooh.
One of the things though, it's like there's a really fine line in most games.
I made a little oopsie spill. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to keep talking or did you really spill it?
Nah, I'm gonna get a napkin. Hold on. BRB.
Okay, I'll pee while we do that.
Right. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Anyway, I think those are kind of the points that worked and those that didn't. And as far as Cyberpunk goes, this is an enjoyable experience, and I hope that one day a maybe Cyberpunk KOTOR 2 type moment will happen, or maybe it's got to be Cyberpunk Andor. I don't know whatever the equivalent is, but I would love to see that material get analyzed and handled and treated in ways by different folks, kind of like Edge Runners, where you get to just explore an interesting world, and kind of think about what all these things mean, because if we were to like take on Star Wars again as our case in point example here, you're just like, there's good and there's bad, and good is good because the fucking spirits of the universe say that's what it is, and negative angry feelings are bad because that's just the way God, I don't know, fucking midichlorians, shut up.
Dude, good vibes only.
Yeah. So someone else coming in and going like, yeah, let's talk about that, let's see what that actually means in a setting like this is a lot of fun.
Thinking about Cyberpunk and like joking about how like the game was finally finished, and then like as you were playing it, they still fucking patched it a couple more times.
Dude,
being a fan of this very specific style of genre, which is like large scale computer RPGs, is absolute suffering. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is currently the peak, but like we didn't cover it, but the Warhammer Skulls event was like 2 weeks ago, and they showed off a bunch of stuff there, and they were like, hey guys, here comes the last expansion for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader by Alcat. And I'm like, fucking sick. I'm finally gonna be able to, and before I could even finish the sentence, they're like, here comes season pass 2 ending in 2026. And I'm just like, oh my God, why, you fucking pieces of shit? Oh my God.
Yeah, listen, this is one of my first experiences with completion of a full-on Western RPG, right?
And they're not, and like even all that time, and then them saying it's done. We promise it's done. It's done. It's done.
I mean, I don't think people would believe me if I didn't have it on camera that it's like I took on Max Tack, beat everybody, tried to get the secret weapon or whatever, didn't get it, but still cleared the hardest challenge possible and drove away, and the game exploded as I did my victory lap. Like you hit that 5 stars and roll out, and the game just goes, ah, and it crashed so hard that it took like 5 minutes before the PlayStation 5 actually went, oh shit, you crashed. It didn't even do the catch right away thing, Incredible. There is
so what I
no
usually do is
reward
I
for
play
early
them
adoption.
Like 15, 20 hours and be like, this is a good game. I'm going to play it later. Like what happened with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Like I'll wait till those DLCs are out. And I hope to God they don't announce another set of them, because then I'll be sad.
Yeah, I look, if games like continue to discourage like people from early adopting them in this way, it's like, it sucks because they're not going to get, there's people that are going to be like, I would buy that, but now's not the time, clearly. It'll hurt them in the long run, but also like, cool, like things can chill. I'll look elsewhere.
I'll buy it on sale.
Let the world come to my pace. Let everybody join me over here, where we're like, yeah, no rush.
Like Night Rain's one of those games.
Kick your feet up, grab a Mai Tai.
Right? There's no rush on Night Rain. Wait till like if you're like, I don't know, Rain, just fucking wait till it's like $15 on a Steam sale and has a year's worth of updates.
I mean, till that
why not?
Till that character select screen has a scroll wheel on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, big games for some of that stuff. We are going to go into, yeah, like I said, Cyberpunk, not Cyberpunk, Expedition 33 spoiler cast at the end. So
very end.
Coming up on the channel now that this is done, we got a couple more like alternate pathways for some of the endings and Phantom Liberty stuff to watch through. There's just some epilogue work But the plan this Saturday, we're going to have a special Get Into Fighting Games. Going to be joined by buddy Freddy Loco, an old CVS2 player from the arcade days, is going to come play through some Capcom vs. SNK2, which is on the Capcom Classics collection. We're going to dive into that, as well as Elena, who's coming out. So we're going to explore. Her costume 3 looks fucking amazing.
Looks great.
Super cool.
Everybody's costume 3 looks great.
Love those. Love that look. You know. Did I give you, by the way, on those costumes? Did you hear the reason potentially why it's taking so long for Street Fighter 6 to do these things?
I do not actually. I do not know this.
So apparently, the reason why this is, I don't know if this is confirmed, but at least it's rumored, is
floating in the ether.
Floating in the ether is that there is a team of people that are like, there's a Korean dev team that's hired that's just working on the world tour costumes. And those are outsourced, and their job is to deliver
400 people.
And their job is to deliver those costumes, once every 2 months or so, right? And the main team working on the fighting ground main mode don't want to outsource the costumes because they want to quality control them and are making sure that they themselves do it, but their hands are full with the game itself that they can't get around to costumes as often as the team who's hired to just spit costumes out. So the outsourcing team is like, we're just doing our jobs, right? We got hired to make content frequently, and we're doing that. That's why you're getting a bunch of World Tour stuff. And the main team is like, we'll get to these costumes when we get to them, but they're not the highest priority for them. And this creates a super weird, disparate feeling of one mode getting ignored and the other mode getting a ton. Because if you're not communicating that, like, oh, they don't want to trust an outsourcing team to make sure that the quality of the costumes is high, then you're just going to get them way less frequently once a year.
It's really a shame that Capcom doesn't have that many staff that are experienced in working in creating assets for the proprietary engine that every single game in the company uses.
I mean,
that there's just nobody at Capcom that could possibly help with this.
I mean, clearly the priority is not leading to them grabbing anyone off of fucking Monster Hunter or Resident Evil to bring it on.
You're right.
In fact, it's going the other way around. They're sitting down to go like, yo, Akuma better be faithful as fuck. And he is. He looks incredible. Akuma is insanely detailed as the 15th weapon or whatever they're saying, like he's basically just a whole play style. Amazing. But yeah, that reasoning makes sense, but it just feels like shit for anybody that's like, but I want to not have this asymmetrical amount of attention, And the question is like, do you then go, all right, let's outsource the main costumes, and then some of them are going to be fucking stinkers, but they'll come out more often?
No, you're not going to do that. Absolutely not.
Right.
It's just such a massive gulf from like Street Fighter 5, where you'd get 10 new costumes every single day.
That's what it is. And some of them would be stinkers. Some of them were absolute dog shit, but some of them were great, and it's a mixed bag, and you'd be like, I don't know. But here they want to make sure they're all solid, they're all good, but this is the exchange. And like the outsourcing team, it is kind of funny because they're just like, what did we do? They hired us to do a thing and we're doing it. What? But it's like, yeah, people don't, you're not going to advertise. Capcom's not going to say, oh yeah, this game is actually separate games being worked on by different teams, Perception is everything.
That makes sense.
Anyways, all this to say, we are going to be checking that out. And then we're going to start our next LP.
I see. This is fun because sometimes I know what the next one is, or like you've implied to me, but I don't have a single fucking clue today. So I'm with everybody else. I'm excited. What do you got?
I've gone back and forth on this, and I have to admit I've changed my plans a couple times. Right? Like, I was originally going to, whatever. It doesn't matter the details. Hey, guess what?
It's El Shaddai.
Reggie's gonna play Expedition 33.
Oh. Don't let Reggie listen to today's show.
He won't. Important. Act 1.
What do you mean?
We're gonna play Act 1.
Just the first act?
Well, I'm Act 1 for now, and we're going to work the rest in schedule-wise as possible.
Oh, so you're gonna treat it like 3 different
I'm
or 2.5 different
I'm
games.
for now we're announcing Act 1, and then and then we'll figure out the rest. You know? So they're
Right.
yeah. So
Mm,
that's the plan.
okay.
Um
I wonder if his takeaways on that game will be different with a little more time to sit
perhaps
with Act 1. You know,
perhaps
like,
perhaps
because
but
you and I just went
mhm, mhm.
like zoom.
You know, and you know, I did also just the way I hit the end of Cyberpunk was by hitting as many back-to-back sessions of that game as possible without starting a new LP, right? So
Let me ask you.
we compressed as much as possible into that.
Let
In
me
this
ask you a
case,
question.
well, just I just want to let people know
Mm,
the
mm.
like by having by saying just Act 1 for now, we at least have a end finite point that is not the infinite horizon future of a big RPG that allows us to kind of plan when to start the next part, and or if it's, you know, or if we're going to mix things up or so
Mm.
more details on that later.
How's Reggie's parrying in general?
Better than ours.
So, okay.
He's a better fighting game player than both of us. He's has the
Yeah.
best reactions and abilities of yeah, absolutely.
I I am interested to see if he goes down the same path that you and I did,
Dude was
which is
chain grabbing
feast or famine, not all feast.
dude was chain grabbing space animals all day in Melee, man. Like he's fine. Like, you know, there's no question there. There's a bigger question that I'm gonna ask, and I'm really curious to see how we go with this one. But the bigger decision is what language, because it might be very interesting to play through that game in French with a French speaker, and to have that be a part of what we do. You know,
I think he-
it's interesting. It's yeah. I think it might be fun. A lot of people
uh,
at this point know that the English voice acting is 10 on 10. It's phenomenal. But how many people have gone through it in French, right? That could be interesting.
I think that would I think that if Reggie was playing that by himself in his house, that would be an incredibly interesting experience. I think you guys playing it on stream
Background
are
listening.
going to end up in the situation where
Mhm.
tons of people are going to be like, dude, I'm doing the dishes in the other room just listening to you. I don't know what the fuck any of these characters are talking about.
I know. I dealt with this with Naruto back in the day when I wanted to hear the Japanese voice acting because that's what I was used to from the characters, and I never had the Adult Swim experience with it. And I remember the pushback on that. And you know, I do fully understand that this might be the case here. So it's not set in stone, certainly, but I am entertaining the idea because if an
Also, they're Parisian, so like, ew.
like I like I understand that
Yeah.
the background listening experience kind of gets compromised in that way for some folks, and that is that sucks. I do not want it to be harder for people to enjoy that, but I'm also super curious as, you know, again, going through this game in a different with a different vibe from the rare French dubbed game. It's such a rare art thing, you know. It might be a really cool different experience, and if people are willing to have the subtitles up, you know, in a way that like you do when you're going through Japanese games, then it could be fun. It could be cool, you know. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see, right? I can already look over and I can see some people are like, "That sounds cool. Let's do it." And I can see people going, "Unwatchable, unlistenable experience." So,
I
you know,
I am loath to trust literally any voice I see scrolling past my eyes because I remember a long time ago you was like, "Hey, should we do this?" I forget what game it was. "Should we do this game?" And then you immediately follow up with, "Okay, but if we did do the game, would you say you wanted us to do it and then just never watch it because you thought it was cool?" And tons of people got caught and we're like, "Oh yeah, okay, well, yeah,
Are you
maybe."
just saying yes, but then you never actually bother? Oh fuck yeah, that was me.
That
Yeah.
was me. I lied.
Hmm. And I, for sure I can understand the part where like if you're on your phone, that might be a thing too as well. So like I said, I'm not married to that idea. I'm just floating it out there, as an interesting concept for how we could do this, and we could do it in a way that's different from the other people playing the game right now.
Mhm.
Um, and it has, and again, we're French speakers, so like it has a extra personal fun connection.
Oh, dude, I can't understand any of the shit there in that fucking game. I people were telling me to listen to the lyrics of the songs,
Yeah.
and I was like, I don't understand the lyrics in the songs because I don't have subtitles and it's a different dialect. I don't know what the fuck they're saying until I listen to the songs on Spotify with subtitles
Hmm.
and I can read it. I can't hear Parisian and understand it, like, period. I can read it, but I can't understand that shit by ear at all.
It's definitely more difficult for me than other slower
Yeah.
forms of Quebecois French for sure. But and again, as an Anglophone, I'm like, I'm not 100%. Like my brain has to go through a translator every time. But like I said, I think the idea is an interesting one. At the very least, he's gonna make a call on how he feels about that. We'll see. Again, we know the English is amazing. And this might be another situation too where it's like, okay, like it could be one of those ones where it's like you do it and then it comes out and then you see a bunch of people going like, oh shit, that's cool, but then like a massive shitstorm of overwhelming amount of people go, I hate this is the worst, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, maybe we should switch it after session 1 or something.
You gotta do the whole thing over.
Well, no, you don't, but like, it could be one of those bits. When I played it myself, I did do an offline session and then switched it. I did the intro and then switched it
Yeah.
back and tried to see what it was like in both. So I don't know. This is gonna have to, I guess, rely on some audience feedback for like how many people are like absolutely nuclear on the concept of
All
it
right,
being
everyone.
there.
Everyone who is
But
listening to this part of the show, reach out to Wooly on his social media for your feedback.
if it
He's
comes
asking for your feedback.
oh god. If it comes down to sessions of starting it in one language and then switching over for the next one, I mean, look, we know that like the amount of people that are like people that want it in either language that wouldn't care are not going to be like fighting for it to be in French per se, right? But people who are like, I don't want to watch because it's in French are going to be like, it's an on and off switch. So anyways, that's what we're doing. Should be fun. Expedition 33 Act 1. Tell you what, man, this game is fucking special. We're going to be talking about it for a
It
while.
is pretty good.
Um and yeah, in my opinion, Act 1 is a much more linear experience,
Oh, it definitely
so
is.
you can get there within a couple sessions much quicker than you could like handle the opening up.
Yeah, I feel like I spent half my time in Act 2.
Hmm. Cool. So that's coming up over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube. And yeah, just also while we're at it, a reminder: the uh, Castle Super Beast archive is now up, and pretty much it's up to the latest ones. If you've been waiting for the feed to not be taking over your entire fucking sub box, you can do so safely now.
Oh, did you fucking just go for it and
I
just
war
fucking
Well, that's
bam?
what I kind of soft launched it because I warned everybody because like the VODpocalypse happened, and then I said, look, we're gonna have to release 100 videos in one shot in two big drops. So this
That's
is
fucking
it's
great,
the way
dude.
the channel works, right? But
Watch CSB, fuckheads. Watch it. It's
and
good.
so that's happened. So you're not gonna have that happen anymore. So yeah. But that's what's going on for me.
All right. So hey, here's what's going on with Pat. I beat Expedition 33. That was like 99% of what I did. The other thing that I did is me and Paige went through and beat chapter 2 of Deltarune, which good that we did that because it's been a couple of years since that, and
Hmm.
turns out we forget like most of what happened in chapter 2 of Deltarune. Like damn near forgot almost all of it.
Hmm.
Like we forgot the fucking ending of the fucking chapter 2 of
Damn.
Deltarune
Okay.
and the lead into the like that. Jesus Christ! Like good thing that we did it.
Yeah, me and Punch Mom are gonna have to refresh on what's going on in that game too.
Yeah,
Actually.
no, it's been a while.
Hmm.
I played that Night Rain. That's the things. What's more interesting with what I'm doing this week is what I'm doing this coming week, which is the busiest week I've had in like a year. Today is like day 24, 25, or 26. I'm not sure which one it is of me streaming literally every single day. It just ended up working out that way. Um which will then be followed by this tomorrow Sony State of Play, followed by 2 days of me and Paige no lifing the absolute shit out of Deltarunes Chapter 3 and 4 on the 4th and 5th. The babysitter is locked in for fucking 8 hours on both of those days. So we are going to do it. We're going to fucking dodge all of social media. We're going to fucking just go and we don't have anything to do
I have a
other than
question.
fucking play Deltarune.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you were experiencing burnout, would you even know?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Is it an invisible status in the background? You know.
Oh yeah, no, it's this. Are you ready? Are you ready? What it is? It's simple. It's me sit down. I go, okay. And then I okay, OBS. It's all right. And then okay. All right. That's what it is. That's the start. That's the fucking just like the big it's I'm eating, you know what it is? I'm eating a bunch of spaghetti, and then I look at my spaghetti and I go, and I have a big sigh. And I have another bite of spaghetti and I have another big sigh. Right?
Yep.
But so today's like what? I don't know, it's day 25 since May 9th or whatever. May 10th. I was like fucking jazzed to come. I slept like shit last night. I slept terrible, and I woke up like, fucking good morning, everybody. Today I get to do the fucking Expedition 33 spoiler cast. Today's gonna be a fucking good to hell yeah. Yeah.
See, what you might have so the fun thing that I still get to experience over here is what we used to have a long time ago, but you might remember the ding dong, hey, how's it going?
Right?
Like, hey, Reggie comes in. Hey, Reggie, how you doing, man? Okay, got it. All right. You know, let's feel out today. Let's look at the clock. Let's see how we're doing. You know, or vice versa, right?
So after Deltarune, after Deltarune on the 4th and 5th, which Paige and I are gonna no life the fucking shit out of it. God throws the Summer Games Fest on June 6th at us.
You're allowed to do anything you want in life.
And then on Sunday is the Xbox and PC Games Show.
Is it?
And then on June 9th, my Nintendo Switch 2 will arrive in the mail.
That's crazy. Incredible.
And on one of those days, they're going to shadow drop Silk Song.
It's so fascinating how little I care about everything you just said.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean not actually, but more.
No, I don't. I know, not that I'm saying things and you're like fucking whatever. No. You're like, I don't give a fuck about Summer Games Fest or Xbox or whatever.
We'll get around to the most exciting.
Dude, I love that shit. I love ads. Give me more ads. I love that shit. Though I did have a fun experience. Because I was streaming yesterday and somebody in my chat was like, hey, why didn't you put the Xbox show on your schedule for the week? And I'm like, fucking bitch, you lie. You invented that to fuck with me. No, they were right. And then this morning, Sony was like, by the way, there's another show tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's right before your Deltarune stream. It's right before your Deltarune stream, dumbass.
I mean, again, just to see the lack of the marathon should be here segments, it's kind of curious.
Oh, I'm excited for that.
It is a curious watch, I have to admit, you know.
Someone in the chat asks, why'd you put the awful PC Gamer show in there? Because the one that I don't watch is the one that will have the Silk Song shadow drop. Dude, Paige didn't wake up with me to watch that fucking Nintendo thing, and Silk Song was there. Like,
Yeah.
like the
Was it?
superstitions for this.
Is Silk Song in the room with you right now?
It was there. It was there.
Mm-hmm.
The superstitions work.
Well, I hope
it's magic or something. I don't know.
I hope you got a good reaction image out of it.
I sure did. I always do. I have a very expressive face and a big mouth.
Oh boy.
Oh, the one that usually people clip is I put my hands on the sides of my head.
Yeah.
And people say, "Oh my god, look at him."
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one too. Yeah.
I got a fucking Expedition 33 fucking pog face out of something, and it's this. It's all my head, my hands on bald. Oh no.
Man, that was so great how that game had a trailer and I went, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, that looks cool." And then it had and then there was nothing, and then there was another trailer and I went, "Whoa, that looks really good actually." And then there was nothing, and then the game came out and it was like, "Yo, wow, this game's great." And it was just like, "Hey, look, it was just a normal."
Yeah, it had kind of like an idealized like
it
PR
was just
cycle.
a normal product release that we all enjoyed, you know? Good
There's
times.
only one part of the Expedition 33 PR cycle thing that came up, but it's a spoiler, so I'm not going to talk about it.
Oh, sure, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. A difficult challenge for any HR department or PR department rather. Cool. All right. Shall we
go down to twitch.tv Pat show Pat stares at, and the Pat'll be on. Pat'll be on. The show will be going.
I mean, no empty chair tech yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay. We are quickly approaching the empty chair tech streaming era. Quick word from our sponsors.
Yeah, let's do it.
This week's podcast is sponsored by Raycon, and that is the everyday earbuds as you're getting into the summer. You want to get good listening. You want to get something that you can rely on. And getting the wires out of your life, very important, as we say each time. Raycon's everyday earbuds, perfect accessory. You can be listening to your premium audio quality with 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, so you can pair two devices at once. And it's got that quick charge, so 10 minutes of charging yields 90 minutes of battery. Love that.
That's crazy, dude.
You know, being a good charger on your devices is important. And like sometimes but then I realize I'm like, oh, charging too much actually is bad. And you're like, ooh, that I don't like that feeling of like I gotta be scheduling how to charge and when. But if you forget right before you leave the house, 10 minutes and you are good to go. So that's huge. Love quick charges. Active noise cancellation, very important. That is a crucial feature. That's how Punch Bomb right now is able to ignore this bullshit.
I would say that active noise cancellation has become the primary function of headphones and earbuds.
There you go. Especially as we're going to be getting into some Expedition 33 spoiler casting later, and I want her to check the game out. It's going to be very important to noise cancel the fuck out of our dumb mouths. So, everyday earbuds available in a spectrum of vibrant colors. I like the blue. I was rocking that. Perfect for training as well, as it stays nice and snug, doesn't fall out when I'm hitting the boxing pads. And you have a 30-day happiness guarantee return policy, no questions asked as well. So
now that's happiness with the product and not happiness in general. Yes.
No, they cannot fix
that other stuff.
But what you can do is go to buyraycon.com/superbeast to get 15% off Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Right now, Raycon's offering 15% off their best-selling everyday earbuds at buyraycon.com/superbeast. One more time, that's buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
This week's we're sponsored by Shopify, and that is your all-in-one e-commerce platform that can help you get your business off the ground if you're trying to figure out how to sell things on the internet. It seems like it is a perhaps more complex process than it needs to be. I can say from us trying to figure out the t-shirts game that it was like, I don't know, how do you tell people where to go or how to get things to them or where they're getting it from and how many and who's and what. And yeah, Shopify is just the all-in-one. It's going to help you set up your shop. It's going to help you track your metrics, help you scale up your business from your first to your millionth sale. So no matter what you're going for or how you're getting online with it, Shopify is perfect for helping you design an online checkout. You can integrate your shop into your socials. You can have that keep track of again all inventory management, shipping, processing returns, lots of features like that that are really tricky to figure out as you start to expand and grow. It can handle very easily with an award-winning support team as well, and tools to help you design and set up product photography, product descriptions, and everything if you're actually just designing that shop for the first time. Um, it is very handy, and I've mentioned before, I use that shop app for tracking everything. I find that super convenient, and if you're able to be a if your shipping is able to show up on that app, I'm definitely more inclined to use it to keep track of what's coming in and out each day. So turn your big business idea into cash. You can get started with whatever you're looking to set up with online checkouts. You can do it with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/superbeast. Go to shopify.com/superbeast. One more time, shopify.com/superbeast. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
And this week, we got a new sponsor, and this works out because I was, even before they showed up, I was rocking this anyway. Ridge Wallet.
Oh, that's always nice.
Yeah, I was using a Ridge Wallet, and I'm enjoying the sleek and form-fitting nature of that. And then they're like, "Hey, want to do?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's great." So yeah, you have a lot of wallet designs.
Bro!
You have a lot of wallet designs up
Ask them
there.
to send me a Ridge wallet.
Yeah. Those things are real nice on saving space in your pocket. I have suffered through trying to get a cool, like, wallet design or whatever, but then also it has to close on itself and bulk up. I
Dude,
know
my butt is lopsided because of my big, fat, heavy wallet.
I know people that have hurt their spine because they sit on their wallet in the back as well. Like keeping it in your back pocket seems like a terrible idea for your spine. Horrible.
Yeah, no, that's extra bad.
Don't do it, right? So that already is a problem. And then even when I have it on my side wallet pocket, it has been it bulks up sometimes and gets real thick, and I'm like, so I'm always looking at what cards to get rid of, and sometimes I want to carry stuff around me for just, nostalgic purposes. I walked around with my MechWarrior Virtual World card from when you could go to MechWarrior arcade machines here in Montreal for a while to be like, I still got my call sign, god damn it. That was fun, It was I don't want to have to be like, no, between this and my credit card, which one do I carry? Anyways, the point is, the Ridge is a very sleek, modern design, holds up to 12 cards and some cash. It's got premium materials on it, like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber. Tons of colors to pick from. There's a bunch of like sleek designs, and there's the one I got was the kintsugi, which is the damaged Japanese like thing that you build back together, and you use gold to highlight the highlight the mistakes, because hey, mistakes into miracles is a philosophy, right? But the overall deal is, yeah, you got over 50 colors and styles to choose from. And
how appropriate.
And it is really handy that it's got these like little modular add-ons as well. You've got the little money clip on the side if you want to keep it externally. You've got the belt clip if you want to like tuck it in and have it on the outside. You've got built-in RFID blocking technology on the Ridge as well. So people who are looking to digitally pickpocket by tapping, to copy your information cannot do so. And yeah, that's led to over 100,000 5-star reviews as well. It's a simple kind of sleek design that gets rid of all the extra folds and stuff. And you can kind of just thumb out exactly the card you need when you need it. So love that sleek design. Love minimizing pocket space. The closer I am to walking around feeling like there's nothing at all going on down there, the better. That's what I say. Right?
Yeah. That's definitely exactly how you meant that to sound.
You want to feel nice and light. You don't want to feel weighed down, I remember the days of the belt is the only thing saving your life because you've got too much junk going on in your pockets.
Yeah.
Those days are behind us. So yeah, you can no matter what you pick, the Ridge has free shipping. So there's a 99-day risk-free trial and a lifetime warranty on all their products. So right now, just in time for Father's Day, Ridge is having a huge sale. Get up to 40% off your order at ridge.com/superbeast. Just head to ridge.com/superbeast to find the perfect gift for dad or yourself. And when you check out, they'll ask you where you heard about them. You can support our show and tell them that we sent you. Give your dad the upgrade he deserves this year. One more time, ridge.com/superbeast. Super cool wallet, really, really handy. Love the form-fitting extra leather garbage out of the way. Get down to business with it. Thank you, Ridge.
Thanks, Ridge.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Nothing.
All right. So, a couple things this week. We already touched on it, but yeah, Akuma in Monster Hunter is a pretty incredible integration.
It's like a 15th weapon.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
It's just a full-on, it's the character with all his moves playable. And it makes me like feel like the things from the past, like Dante showing up, were just kind of like lazy by comparison, or like other.
Well, I mean, it's their own guy.
Of course. But what I mean to say is like no other guest costume got that treatment, right? That is a super in-depth integration that is a lot more fun than just the cosmetic or a weapon or so. Super cool.
I hope this leads into like a punch weapon for Monster Hunter in the future.
You have to look like him to use that moveset, right?
Yeah, but hunters are freaks.
But I mean, like you can't just be like, I want the Akuma moveset on my own character.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Screw it.
No. I want that. I agree with you, but they're not letting you currently do it, is what I'm confirming.
No, I mean later they could just have a fist weapon and be like, yeah, I know your shit is buff.
I would like it if they let you just do the Akuma moves with your own character. That would be fantastic. Modders let you do that already.
All right. Modders let you do all sorts of things.
Exactly. Yeah. Regardless.
I think my asshole just fell out.
Oh boy.
Can you give me a second to poke it back in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was my phone.
Oh.
Well, so I heard a large clamor hit the floor, and I thought it was my asshole.
I see. It's important. You don't want that to happen. Sometimes
it was my telephone.
Okay. Well, sometimes things fall out that people were not supposed to see.
Yes, it's true.
For example, what the fuck is Yuri Lowenthal up to over on his B-Sky? Like,
man, don't tell voice actors shit.
Okay,
ever.
so but are you on that shit where you're like, this is way too like weird to not be? It's coordinated, but I don't know if it's like it's not an official thing. It wouldn't be. That's insane. But what is it? Why so? Like, is this an aggressive, passive? Like, Are you trying to like bully them? Is that the goal
It's
of this
dude,
type
it's
of
so
message?
funny because so first of all, let's just break it down. Yuri Lowenthal on his social media is guys, I'm not gonna voice
Yeah,
Yosuke in the Persona 4 remake. I really wanted to, and I asked
I
them if I
begged.
could, and they told me no.
And then that tweet gets deleted, and then
Super fast.
Aaron Fitzgerald shows up and goes, "For those of asking, I have not been asked to reprise
Yeah,
my
me
role as
either.
Chie in P4 Remake. Rip, I'm blessed to have recorded as many games as I have playing her." And you're like, so, like, is this because of P3
Yukiko's voice
Reload?
actor also just said the same thing.
Okay. So the unconfirmation, right? Kind of like P3 Reload, we're doing this as a preemptive
So
announcement.
here's what I believe happened.
A third one hit the
What I believe
timeline.
happened is that Yuri Lowenthal did in fact hear that, through the grapevine that there was going to happen, and he contacted Atlas and was like, "Hey, I love that character. I would love to be that character." And they went, "No, we're going to go guys." And so he was like, "Oh, I'm sad about it." And then someone somewhere asked him, "Hey man, are you gonna do it?" And he got like a bee up his bonnet because he was upset about it,
Mm-hmm.
and responded to that person non-directly.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that happened, everybody just started hassling all the other voice actors,
Okay.
and they just immediately responded right away, going,
Okay. Because if this was that theory of like this is a stunt that is being part of the intended marketing for the game or whatever, it
"No, dude, that's good.
that
That game's gonna be announced on fucking Sunday."
and also just like it seems insane because that's bringing bad energy immediately to the thing that you want people to be excited about, because you're kind of like the response to that from the people following them will be, well, that sucks. I love you and I want you to come back as those characters. Why would they do that? It's a kind of
Mm,
antagonistic framing immediately, which is why it doesn't work as a stunt, you know? But
yeah.
but it certainly is like multiple of these actors are coming out being like, ah, and it's just like, yeah, everybody is Dan Southworthing all over the place.
It's gonna like, don't tell voice actors shit. Just never tell
uh,
a voice actor anything ever. Never do it.
they're not even allowed to know their own character. Just read the lines.
Um,
You know?
so
Yeah.
Persona 4 remake again is now super confirmed.
Oh.
Um, and it's going to be really interesting because it's Pride Month,
Mm-hmm.
and Persona 4 discourse is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But more than that is like, do you think they're going to put the gay Yosuke stuff back in?
Oh. Oh yeah, okay, right. I'm like, if we're talking about S links again, I don't want to do this. But if
Nah, you think they're gonna
yeah.
do the gay
Are
butt
we are
stuff with Yosuke again?
deleted voice
He's there
lines?
for a little bit.
Let's find out. They're not gonna do it.
Oh, come on.
DLC. Pay for it. Pay for Pride.
Come on. Do it.
Pay. Shell it out. You want it? We'll do it, but you have to fucking Oh boy.
It was already there.
It was
Yuri
already
actually
there.
like recorded things for
Mm-hmm.
it in
Yeah,
English.
Persona 4, gay for pay.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count if it's for pay.
Oh no, not like that. Man, listen. Um whatever the fuck they do, like the idea of some of those characters not sounding the way they do currently,
Yeah.
my brain is going to have to rewrite that, you know. There
So I thought that that was going to be the case for Persona 3 Reload, and man, the new people did like
Mhm.
absolutely incredible
Mhm.
work,
Mhm.
not
Mhm.
just in general, but
Mhm.
also emulating the old style.
Yeah, I remember Akihiko was a big one, and then it was like, you know what? No, he's doing a great job. I get it,
You
you
know,
know?
I didn't finish Persona 3 Reload either. You get to that point around that game's 80% mark where it's like do 80 to 100 more fucking floors.
Yeah.
And I just went, I already know what happened.
Yeah, I've been kind of like Punch Mom has been working her way through it, so I'm kind of vicariously just checking in on how that's going because I just want to see that final, fucking Nyx bit,
Yeah.
right? See how that's handled. Um, but I'm like, okay, you can absolutely cast people that'll do a great job, and then like re-releases and stuff here. Culprit needs to have a level of pathetic in there.
There's one person I know who can do it,
Mm.
and he has to do both, just like the original, and it's got to be Alex Lee.
Alex can do anything. Alex can do
It has to be
anything.
Alex Lee doing both
Yeah.
voices again.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, how
I'll
you
also
said
take Alex Lee as Yosuke.
okay, you said don't tell voice actors anything. Exception, you can tell Gianni anything and then just have him lie about it.
Yeah,
just
no one believes anything he
just,
says. It
just
could all
have,
be lies.
just have him horf some bullshit up on the timeline and call it a day.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see where this goes, But wild.
I'm telling you right now, that's going to be announced on fucking Sunday at the Microsoft thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so like Persona 3 Reload coming out, I was like, wow, that's a good game, and I'll play it. Persona 4 whatever coming out, I have a very different emotional response to that. I have the fucking hook it up to my fucking shoot it between my scrot and my toes. Just more though. Give me more.
Please look forward to the video of Ben Starr applying for Chie.
Oh my god, you're totally right.
Don't think, feel.
Oh man, I love Ben Starr. Ben Starr's a good actor.
It's just meat. Yeah. Let's see what we get here. And and getting into full cosplay as well, and committing 1000% to the bit. Anyways, speaking of not committing to the bit, rip to Cliffhanger Games, who were working on a Black Panther game for EA, and just like Respawn just lost 300 people and canceled the Titanfall game, they're ripping through their other studios, and Black Panther game is now canceled. From the team.
Did we ever even see that game?
Never got to look at it. It was Cliffhanger Games made Shadow of Mordor, so they were the ones that held the fabled Nemesis system, right? They're the ones that had access to it.
This is so stupid and sucks so bad.
Okay, but the funny and dumb bit here, because it's like, okay, EA is continuing to be the absolute shit show and just laying off people nonstop. And hey, guess what? It's the latest fucking story on Castle Super Beast. More people got fired in this fucking industry, right?
Do you think they would have canceled White Panther?
You see, Pat, you're supposed to think it and have that show up in the title beneath you, but then you don't actually say it.
Oh, okay.
You're supposed to just go, yeah, you know what? It was like, dude, what the? I'm just gonna go.
I think that might be the funniest show Mega 64 has ever done in their entire career.
It's the funniest thing they've ever done. Rocco walking into the studio. The video name is called "Why No White Panther," and in the video, no one acknowledged. Everyone is just like reacting to the title of the video, going, "Yo, what the fuck?" And the dude's like, "Oh, yeah." Yeah, no, you're right. I know. Yeah, incredible. Anyways, so yeah, this got canceled, and the bit is that we talked about the fucking Nemesis system for so long, and now, sure enough, they absolutely were working on the evolution of the Nemesis system in this game.
Wait, but we're talking about EA?
Cliffhanger Games, the studio that made Shadow of Mordor. Am I wrong about that? Is that not part of what was going on here?
Didn't Monolith make that? Because Warner Brothers owns the Nemesis system.
Then let me pull up what I was reading. The Shadow of Mordor Nemesis system was going to be expanded on in the Black Panther game.
What? But that's the wrong. That's the wrong
Was it
company.
was it founded by former staff? Did Monolith people move to Cliffhanger?
I don't know. No, the people who made Cliffhanger Productions made Jagged Alliance Rage and Shadowrun Chronicles Boston Lockdown.
All right, let me pull up the article. So there's here I have three
Who
things.
are we blaming for this?
Well, I'm currently sidetracked on what's going on because I'm not inventing my shit here. I'm just
thinking about the Wonder Woman thing.
Let's see. There's an article with Bloomberg. There's this article over here from Gizmodo.
Oh no, Cliffhanger Games was a brand new company in 2023 that was only made to make the Black Panther game.
Okay, so the fact that Shadow of Mordor devs were on this team means that I guess a number of staff came from there? Is that what I'm to understand?
Cliffhanger was led by Kevin Stevens, who oversaw production of Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor, and Middle Earth, Shadow of War at Monolith.
Okay, so ex-Monolith staff were on the team, and that's why the Nemesis system was being
like
mentioned.
The Warner Brothers owns that Nemesis system.
Okay, because the Bloomberg article mentioned essentially that EA executives were frustrated that the game had not left pre-production phase after nearly 4 years in development. The studio...
Oh shit! Yeah, cancel that. What the fuck?
The studio was building evolution that would expand on ideas like the Nemesis system from Shadows of Mordor, and players would take control of heroes like T'Challa, Killmonger, and Shuri, vying for the Black Panther mantle to fight off the Skrulls.
Holy shit, cancel that now.
I am reading what is in front of me.
Should have canceled it 2 years ago.
So I think the what was the dev time on Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy? Was it any different?
No. I bet it wasn't fucking 4 years of pre-production. People put out fucking games in 4 years.
I mean, it looked like Marvel was trying to get a bunch of third-person action games going for various IPs and spin-offs. What are we looking at here?
Man, they should just... I don't know why it's so hard. Black Panther's cool. I don't get it.
Okay. Well, we never got to take a look at the game, and there's a couple details about it. And maybe this is one of those things where something will hit, a big MP4 will hit fucking Unseen 64 at some point, or something to that effect. Yes, okay. Several alumni from the Lord of the Rings duology reunited to form Cliffhanger Studios. That's how the studio came to be, which is part of why that came up. And it was an open world game, single player open world, and I guess the idea was going to be basically both Black Panthers. And so
what is the deal with EA just allowing their studios to just die in pre-production for like 4 or 5 years?
I mean, mismanagement is a single easy word for that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, okay, I did it. We did it.
Am I crazy for thinking that like 4 years working on a game it's the high end of what you should be doing for like an IP title?
4 years of pre-production is completely insane.
I
think that is like the definition of like
pre-production specifically. Yeah, okay. That's the
like you didn't have a working prototype in 4 fucking years, you're fired. Get the fuck out of here.
No, that's fair. That is fair. Correct. Yeah. Okay. I would have enjoyed seeing what a fucking Wakanda setting would have looked like, but whatever. See it never, I suppose. one goofy little bit is there's a toy company that's currently working on a number of Assassin's Creed figures, and
Mm-hmm.
they had all of the assassins lined up, but for some reason, um, uh, Edward Kenway was not on the table,
Oh,
and
that's weird.
and then when they asked him, "Hey, why is Edward not on the table?" They basically went, "Oh, well, it's no secret that something is happening with Edward, so you know." And then they went, "Is that announced?" And then they're like,
No.
well, there's articles about stuff happening. There's rumors out there,
Oh my god.
so
Everyone sucks at this,
it was,
dude.
it was just like, okay.
Everyone sucks at this so
Yeah. It was like,
bad.
all right, Black Flag is getting remade. Sure.
Like
You
you
know.
and me are like people who know like a couple of things and we've never fucking slipped up and we're dumb idiots. Like
I mean, I think there's a
I don't get why it's so hard.
I think there's a voice that we turn on that is the I am slipping up voice. Whoa, whoop the birthday. Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe if
Wouldn't it be fucking crazy if oh, I don't know.
when we start talking like Goofy, like yeah, but no. There you go. Basically, soft confirmation that a Black Flag remake is happening. So
That's so fucking I gotta tell you, man. Picking like singular Assassin's Creed games to remake is just like the absolute peak of a collapse of confidence. It's so fucking lame.
well, I find this is an interesting peek at the idea of like the discussion we have where you go, do you remake the games that need it the most, or do you remake the ones that people love? And
They remake Assassin's Creed every time.
right,
It's the same game.
but like the option to like okay, of the franchise being like whatever the repetition, in this situation where you're like, if you grabbed the predecessor, you could save the past, or you could you can re-release the hits, you know? Like, which game needs more saving, Assassin's Creed 3 or Black Flag? Okay, but what would people actually buy, I suppose, right? And then you have that argument. So and I don't know that you're ever going to see like a large IP go for the game that needed fixing over the one that is, already fine. But
I think with Assassin's Creed, it's a totally moot point because every Assassin's Creed is the remake of the last one.
also, Skull and Bones and that whole thing means, you know
we
what?
did have Skull and Bones.
But maybe we need to get boats out here because people want their boats, because they're not going to get the boats that we promised the boats they'd be getting.
The first quadruple A game ever.
So, what happened to those boats?
Quadruple A. Fucking dumbass.
Yeah. So this was just funny, but just a little earlier this morning, Gene, again, shout out Gene Park, is just like, so
I love you, Gene.
I played the welcome tour at the Nintendo preview event, and the game is deeper than we thought.
Oh, dude, he was telling me about that on my show a couple days ago. He's like the most excited game to play is Welcome Tour.
The welcome tour pilled. There's potentially tons of zones with fun mini games to find and beat. Wanted to play it more than Mario Kart. No time to unlock it all. I don't think I was a quarter of the way to finishing it. If this is a demo, it's packed with games. It still should have come with the system, yes, but it might be a longer game than Astro's Playroom.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this right now.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm going to tell you. So we had this exact conversation on Sunday, right?
That's so insane.
And he was like super like, no, welcome tour is the shit,
welcome
right?
tour.
And he told me about one of the games in Welcome Tour, and it might be the single best like demo thing anything has ever had ever. So in Welcome Tour, you can walk up to a bouncing ball, and the Welcome Tour challenge is for you to correctly answer which of the bouncing balls is running at 30, 60, and 120 FPS.
Whoa.
And if you correctly guessed it a couple of times, it gives you a little badge to put on your character and unlocks more mini games.
Whoa. Damn. Okay. I mean, look, but who's gonna know this? Who is gonna look at Welcome Tour for $40 and be like, "Wait, what?"
It's not. It's $7.
Oh, wasn't it? Sorry.
It's $7.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then,
Making it
fucking.
extra insane that it's not a pack-in game.
Okay. Okay. All right. It's crazy that this is like, he's like, nah, this has more going on than Mario
Oh, they
Kart.
changed it to $10? Okay, yeah, it's $10.
Okay. Man, Welcome Tour is packed with content.
Welcome Tour.
Fucking hell.
It's so funny, dude.
Okay, so word of mouth is gonna have to spread that there's stuff to see here.
Yo, there's stuff in Welcome Tour. Miyamoto's crazy. This is assuredly Miyamoto just fucking stomping his feet and going, "No, we made it. It's money." Right, and Reggie doesn't work there anymore, so Reggie can't be like, "You dumb idiot, you gotta put a fucking."
But also, like, if Nintendo's gonna acknowledge like a tech demo and or show off more technical things, it has to do so in a fun, friendly Nintendo-like way. You can't just talk about frame rate cold, you know? Yeah. Crazy. All right. Let's take a couple letters.
Hey, if you want to, there's a small thing. Ubisoft's having court stuff, and they all sound like horrible criminals. So you can go look that up if you like.
Oh yeah, I just didn't bother with that. We'll see where that goes.
No, it's exactly all the stuff that we've all heard for years and years and years. But now in a courtroom, so they're having a really good time with it. If you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Hello, Pat the Sloth and Wooly the Turtle. May says, I've been on a mecha kick lately, and I decided to go through Zone of the Enders games to stream them with a friend. To a friend. While I was playing the first game on emulator, I decided to play Mars Remaster of Zoe 2 on Steam. Both my friend and I immediately noticed just how much faster it was than the original. As I played only an hour or so of Zoe 2 many years ago, I thought it was a massive increase in speed from 1 to 2. I thought the massive increase was normal. Every battle was incredibly fast, and we were impressed at how quick and fluid the gameplay was. It was hard, but it was fun. However,
okay, I know where this is going.
When I got to the final fights, the difficulty increased tenfold, and I spent hours on both fights with Viola, including the battle where you must parry the boss to delete the virus without killing the orbital frame. It was absurd. It was absurd that developers would throw the player into a small arena and force them to learn how to parry 80% of the way through the game, let alone parry in such an incredibly fast game. 60 plus attempts later, I was victorious. Spent the next 2 hours on final bosses. After more than 70 attempts and 133 total deaths, I beat the game and sort of never touched it again from the amount of pain I felt afterwards in my arm. I checked out YouTube videos to see what I could have done differently, and I wondered why all the gameplay was so slow. Did a little research and found out that the game ties its logic to the frame rate if VSync is turned on. As I was running the game on a high-end PC and 165 hertz monitor, I was playing Zoe 2 at 275% speed, which explains why every battle was a Dragon Ball fight. Had I checked earlier, I might have saved myself some frustration and pain, but my stupidity ascended me to Mecha Godhood, as base Zoe 2 feels too slow now.
How do you not like interpret that the game is like running in fast forward?
Well, I guess like wouldn't dialogue or any other assets also
anything
be super strange? I mean, cutscenes might play out a weird way, but I would assume every other conversation or asset played would tip you off that something's really wrong and off.
Right. Hold on. Can I look at a fucking... I'm going to just play...
Amazing. But now...
a regular, like, fight at two times speed.
But now...
Yeah, this looks like Looney Tunes, and this is only at 200%. How could you possibly think that it was normal?
And now their brain is broken because regular speed is too slow. They've conditioned the whole game off of 275. That's psychotic.
That's like those weirdos that are listening to us at 2 times speed right now.
God forbid. Listen, folks, if you're gonna open up a fucking emulator and do this shit this way,
this isn't even an emulator, right? He's describing the PC release, like the Steam version.
They mentioned the emulator at first, but then the Steam
Yeah, for
release of
Zoe
Zoe 2.
1.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm watching like the final boss of Zoe 2 right now on 2 times speed, and it's nonsense. I don't know how anyone can think that on 75% more than this. It's like, wow, this game's really intense.
I know that with older games too, you run into that constantly. Anything you run on a fucking DOS box or whatever is going to be super subjected to that problem. But I didn't think the Zoe 2 PC remaster was so old that that would happen with it, you know?
Not a very good version of the game.
Tough times. All right, let's see. Over here, high cross up and frame trap. A couple of weeks ago, I was discussing how demanding games can be on game design. You were discussing it, and one of you gentlemen brought up Arma in passing.
Yeah.
I am the at and dance manager and partial game master of an Arma 3 clan with 50 consistent members. And I'd lend my 2.5k hours of Arma playtime since 2019 to confirm just how right you are. The unit isn't the type that to require that we LARP as actual military, though many such units exist, but we generally respect the command structure so that we can smoothly play with our weekly 2-hour operations, and above all else, we are picky as hell. Bohemia Interactive couldn't possibly meet our demands for realistic milsim sandbox. Guns and their likenesses are protected intellectual property, after all, let alone the work hours required to make everything we want in an Arma. So we get what we want by doing it ourselves. I'm confident when I say that Arma modding scene rivals Skyrim's in terms of depth.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Untold swaths of gun equipment and Mia vehicle mods, map mods, ragdoll physics, frame physics, ambient sound, AI behavior, depth. The list just goes on. It's crazy.
Well, there are entire genres of games that I look at and I go, did some Arma weirdo fucking spin this off from something?
Well, a lot of these mods also have multiple versions of different people with different coding approaches. At this point, the community sentiment is that modders are responsible for all the game's content. We're so specific about it, and we don't even ask the devs to make content anymore. We just want them to make a better platform for the mods. At a certain point, does the game hobby get more complex than just joining a militia? I don't know. That's crazy.
This isn't like death of the author. This is like murder of the author.
We don't even give a fuck what you have to release anymore. Sell us a canvas and we'll do what we want with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
I love that there are people out there doing that weird shit. I love it. I don't want to do it. That's fucking crazy. But I love that they're out there.
And one last one over here. Todd the Rod Johnson says, Dear Wooly, no, you're not going to get these dumbs. No, fuck that. Anyways.
Oh, yeah? The good start.
I heard your request for better emails. Well, your titling is garbage on that. But
sick.
The question is, how do you feel about brushing your teeth in the shower? Is it fine?
What?
Is it gross? In my short 30 years of life, I've done it a handful of times, usually when I'm in a hurry, thinking I'm saving time. I know Pat's weird about doing things a certain way.
You're not even saving time.
Because they have to be done a certain way. How do you feel about this? What the fuck are we doing?
I don't like to brush my fucking teeth with warm water. That feels disgusting.
What are we doing? I just... Like,
you want to save time, or why don't you just do all your bathroom tasks
at
in the
same
shower
time
while you're at it? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, just
shit in a toilet? Oh, look at Pat. He shits in a toilet because he always has to do things a certain way.
Also, some showers and or tubs, depending on what you're in, like a tub will usually have like a decent like drain, and that'll, you know, whatever, everything will go. But some like stand-up showers don't have like the most open grating, so like spitting out foam from like brushing your teeth, the foam will just kind of sit on top of the grate.
This is nonsense.
You know what I mean? Like, if you have a shower that's a stand-up shower with a really thin, slow training thing, then you're just gonna have a bunch of like toothpaste foams collecting and gucking it up. That would suck.
Also, I brush my teeth more often than I take a shower. So like, how are
I guess the idea the idea behind it is you're late for work and you're getting up and you're like, oh god, I have time for nothing, so you're just doing everything at the same time. Um, but yeah, no. Also, I use an electric one, so like I don't want to fucking have that getting water on it and killing me in the process.
I don't think that's a reasonable fear.
Well, it's not a radio, but still, why would I hold an electric device under the shower if I don't have to take that risk? That seems
I
dumb.
So like I agree with you, but I
Okay,
don't think
it
there's
won't.
risk there, man.
Okay, well, the risk is that my thing will stop working. How about that?
Yeah, no, that's a much closer risk. Yeah,
Okay. Well, um,
that I don't. This This seems like I saved so much time, and then they just didn't. How much? Well, what? You saved fucking 45 fucking seconds. I don't.
yeah,
I don't know. Like,
look, people, what people do in the showers is my consciousness is expanding. You know about shower beers? You seen that? You know that's a thing.
yeah,
Shower
it's
beers is a
weird.
thing. People are doing shower beers. People are doing all kinds of shit that you're not supposed to be doing in the shower.
You should be washing your ass in the shower. That's what the shower is for.
uh. Anyways, do your thing. Yes, these are all these are just called alcoholics. I mean,
Yeah,
no, it's a shower beer.
No,
it's just
dude, it's this new
refreshing.
thing
You
I'm
know,
doing. It's a way to relax.
it's just a different feeling. You know, when you're shaking and then you have it and then
You know
you
when you're
stop.
relaxing and you're being belted by hot water and you're like, what if I got to drink a extremely warmed up beer in this scenario? Yeah.
And then the nerves go away. And then the nerves stop. You know, it's really relaxing when. Yeah. Anyways, all right, good stuff, everybody. Wonderful. That'll do. We'll see you next time. The Expedition 33 spoiler cast will commence right now.
Okay, so this is going to include spoilers for literally every single thing in Expedition 33. So if you don't want to hear anything that could possibly spoil you about the Expedition 33 Clair Obscur, the video game, it would be a really good time to stop listening to us right now
Goodbye.
and leave and turn your ears off and do whatever you need to do.
Giving them a nice little delay. There you go. Everybody out. You don't. If you type "I'm out," you're taking too long. Just go.
Yeah, you've already taken far too long to be like, haha.
If you're saying goodbye and you still get spoiled because you're taking too long to type it, then too bad for you.
We've given you like way more than we usually do.
Okay, so here's where I'm at. FYI, the only thing I have not done is Simon.
Yo, that dude's a motherfucker, man.
Simon,
oh shit.
Simon is a fucking problem.
Oh man, hey, could you not tell that they liked From Software games? Holy shit, dude!
I wandered up, as I said, I was scraping through Act 3, and I wandered up to Renoir's drafts, and I got to the end, and I was like, okay, I can see this room is meant to be a challenging, heavy damage.
Yeah, everything
room.
in here is like a super freak. Everything is crazy,
but not as crazy as doing 11 million damage. You know, and then you walk down and fall to the bottom of the abyss, and Artorias is sitting there, you know,
and he's got the French Moonlight Greatsword,
and you're like, oh, it's the guy who made the map look like what it looks like.
It's the guy who committed an atom bomb on the one axon you never get to fight.
Exactly. And I'm like, let's see what it's about. And then the force form goes down like nothing. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, it's not that bad. That's like a real fight, but okay.
And then the real fight begins, and you're like, oh, they're waiting. This is the fight that's left for the stupid freaks, the ones like us.
Yeah, this is like, hey, listen. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna mandate something that only like 2 bosses in the entire game do, which is parrying within your own parry animation.
I mean,
fuck.
Like, and putting strings of variable timing out there that are like 10 hits long, you know,
and with double timing on all of them.
Yep. There's the ghost swings, right? And then you just get the like Oh, did you go down and have a turn go by? By party member, you're
Removed from the
removed.
canvas.
So I was like, okay, this is real. This is the last real thing. I can tell, and I will be back
This is
for
breaking
this.
the rules. It's like he is smashing the rules of the system.
Yep. So I don't know. Are you getting back to it, or did you do it?
Oh, I killed his ass.
Oh, you did it.
He's
Okay.
fucking cooked.
So I didn't.
Did you get to phase 3?
Huh?
Did you get to phase 3?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I got
so
to phase 2, and I was like, all right, like I'll be back
if you
later.
think phase 2 is crazy,
Yeah.
phase 3 is so crazy that I built my party around skipping it.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Phase 3 is so nuts that I built the entire team around feeding my L
Okay.
so she could do a 25 million point hit
So
and just fly through the
okay.
entire thing.
So that Min told me that there was a bugged out damage on Stedhall.
No, that's not it.
Okay, because he told me that there was a bug on the amount of damage that you could one-shot everything, and I was like, and he said, I just did that, and I was like, oh, so you
Okay,
like
so
the fight skip.
Stedhall got nerfed. Stedhall was bugged to do like way more damage, but it was patched by the time you ever got to Sten.
Okay.
No, what I did was I used roulette and every single damage buff picto that the game allows.
Yep.
And every damage buff thing that my party can throw on, and I hit him with fucking Gomage about halfway through phase 2.
Gomage.
And just evaporated his fucking ass.
Okay, Gomage would do it. Yeah. Because I'm like, I have all the damage on. I have none of the life, and I have all my stats geared towards maximizing the scaling and damage points, scaling on the weapon, etc. All of it cranked. And I'm like, I don't know what's going to hit for that number unless he's stunned. And
so
then, yeah, that would make sense.
So that is called I did mine was 25 million. Some people in the chat are saying 100 million. Some people in the chat are saying like a billion.
Whoa.
There are two ways to fight Simon. You get through phase 1, everybody learns phase 1. Phase 2, you can either do the fight normal and learn phase 3, at which point you are going to learn pain like you could not imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Or you will see that one time like I did and said, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
And build your character around blowing through the health bar so hard that you don't get to see the third phase.
I look forward to it because I'm glad that at this extent, right, Guillaume and crew went, we know that people like you and I exist, and this is for you to sit here and fucking throw your ego at it, right? Because here's the bit, you talked about it many times, and like, yeah, for sure, we've it's been clear, you got to throw that painted power off when you're walking around a lot of that map. Scraping.
Yeah, hey, do you want to do the Reacher fight with Alicia? Well, turn painted power off if you actually want to have that fight and fucking do it.
And here's the thing, I turned painted power off on a lot of those, but I still had such turn skipping fuck builds that I still
took off
evaporated
for everything.
Okay, so what I did, like at a certain, I've never had such a wild experience where you want to talk about feast or famine. By the end of this game, I'm playing
feasting so hard.
You're playing with your food, right? I'm literally like I started stopping. I wasn't doing moves anymore. I was just doing single hits, and then I'm like, let me skip my turn because they're going to die before they say all their dialogue.
Well, I got to a point with Verso where I was doing like a burn build for Verso, and it was like double burn on break, base attack breaks, combo attack 4, cheater, and all the crit buffs.
Yeah,
and like enemies were getting like fucking burn stacks of like 300 to like 900, and they were taking like millions of damage a turn unavoidable.
I did,
and it was like, oh, I can't.
So I didn't even lean into burn in that way. I tried it out a couple times early on, and then I saw some stuff that attracted my attention much more. and what I thoroughly enjoyed was the break and then unleashing full power virtuous max damage nukes on broken enemies. In
Yeah,
in
that's fun.
Monaco with his level 3 will fill and break, right?
Yeah.
So you just immediately go into life bar evaporation on everything you can see.
Honestly, they're all busted. Like CL was a character I didn't use for a lot of the game, and then I built her up at the end. And the reason I built her up at the end is because she can just make someone else's turn do double damage.
That's the point. Yes, I was gonna say, like, I tried to find her highest like DPS kind of.
Her highest DPS is to feed my L.
It was, yeah, her on her own, it just wasn't working. Even when you're like doing with her strongest abilities and critting every turn and using something that like adds extra foretell for critting, none of that was anywhere near the level of damage the other characters are doing. So I'm like, okay, you're just passing off the buck.
I don't think almost any in a game that's built in this system, I don't think anyone could ever beat the other character does twice as much damage. Right? It's just
put a meteor behind your meteor. Yeah. And Verso as well was obvious. Like he had like 5 different ways to do annihilation level damage.
Yeah.
It was what I started liking. Like I'm like, which one of these has the coolest ending animation? Phantom Stars looks sick when you finish it off with it.
So man, is it ever vital that you pull off painted power for a bunch of things? Like the final confrontation, I beat the final confrontation once with painted power off and had a grand old time. That was a great fight. And it feels like a fight that was built assuming you had painted power off. And then I fought that fight again with painted power on, and like the fight broke.
You don't see any of the cool shit.
The cutscene like straight up like broke.
Yeah. So I did it on. You killed Renard first phase, and then everyone's all tired and going, he keeps healing, and I was like, oh shit, whoops. What? And so then I reloaded and I turned it off, and then I was still like, okay, I'm gonna hit you for 999 a piece, but you're acting once every like 15 turns that my characters get.
Yeah, because
I'm like, I have destroyed the system.
I pulled cheater off. I had picked, like, you have to work to make it a fight.
And so here's the thing, like, the game, it's fun to be busted and cruise through it, because I do admit, I'm like, anytime an enemy has nothing new to show me, I'm like, delete,
die.
Who cares? But yeah, you cut.
Oh, dude, I ran through an entire dungeon with death bomb on all my characters, and second chance.
Death bomb is which one?
Auto death bomb, and second chance. So I would enter into the fight, everyone would explode and die and kill all the random battles.
Okay.
And then they would revive so that it counted as a win. And I just ran through like an entire dungeon with that shit on.
Yeah, and I even see like,
because I was like, I don't care, you can't fight me.
Well, at the end I saw the one, and I was like, oh, this is just for that extra flex.
One, no. The one is incredibly powerful.
When you were at
the one is super strong.
So it's 105% crit, which is like, I'm already stat critting maximum. But when
that's not why it's strong.
When you're at 1 of 1 HP, does that count as low health?
It counts as full health.
It counts as full health. Okay.
Which means you can put on the 20% damage boost when at full health, Picto.
Yeah.
And also it means that that moves that take percentages of your HP and stuff like that don't do anything. They're just free.
Moves that take percentages of your health don't do anything.
Like Verso has a move that puts him to A rank but puts him down to 1 HP.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, guess what? I'm at 1 HP. So yeah. I just get free A rank at the start of the fucking fight.
Oh, okay. The subtraction moves. I see. Right. Because there's start the fight with there's high health damage boost and there's low health damage boost. So yeah. I was like, well, just pick one or the other.
Fight number 1. The first fight you ever do with the 1 on, everyone is set to 1 and 1 HP. The second fight you do with the 1 on, you are 1 of your existing max HP. So depending on which one you actually want to do, you can build it for full health builds or low health builds. The 1 lets you do either or.
Okay.
It's super good.
because I saw it drop me to 1 of my whole bar.
Yeah, that's because that was the second fight you did.
So then in the
Only the first fight you do after equipping it and resting, you have 1 of 1 HP. All other fights after that, you are 1 of whatever your real HP value is. So you can decide to use that Picto to either have full health 100% of the time or have like the tiniest amount of health 100% of the time.
Oh, and you choose to heal or keep it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it gives you.
Incredible.
I
it's
see.
a really good ability.
Well, that is not explicitly stated in that little text. I
Sure
mean,
isn't.
yeah, that's a lot of extra depth to it. Interesting. Okay, that is that doesn't that sounds confusing, but I get what you mean. But it's meant to be used in one or the other ways. Yeah. Okay. In any case, so. I mean, mechanically, I don't know, like there's not much else to say besides just like it's incredibly fun to parry things, and obviously I love that a lot. I love the like the challenge in like, can you adapt to an animation immediately the first time you're seeing it? Well, now
sometimes sometimes no.
Well, how about we're gonna start fucking with you, right? And then also sometimes a slam is like in like 3 frames, and sometimes it's like 9, and you're like, oh god damn it, you wound up and you came down way slower, you liar.
I think there's one fight in the entire game that is like explicitly poorly designed from a numerical perspective, and it's Clea.
Because of the healing.
No, not because of the healing. Because she has way too much HP to not use painted power. But if you do use painted power, you evaporate her in like 2 hits. Like she exists in a middle ground for no one.
Maybe there needs to be painted power 2 where you can cap at 9999.
I was talking to people. I think there should have been painted power 2
painted
where
power
you get
2.
capped at like 100k.
100k cap. Yeah. That middle ground. I think so. Because as I'm doing these final cinematic moments, you're just like, oh, I'm playing with my food at this point. You know, the final conversation, I stopped playing to let them talk. You know, I'm skipping 5 turns and doing 1 poke and then letting them talk. You know,
I would like 2 things from this game ever in the future. I would like a patch to put loadouts into the game. I think that would make everyone's life a lot easier.
Absolutely.
And I would like a harder difficulty. That
need it to be there.
That tones it doesn't increase any of the values. It just tones you down.
Agreed.
It gives you like hard maximums on Lumina and stuff like that, because like Visage and Sirene are like insanely poorly balanced for their own spot in the game, and that sucks because they're awesome.
The interesting reveal that is like, if you are a Devil May Cry player like the director, this game, you can fucking stomp it so hard that it can't keep up with you, you know? Fortunately, the actual story going through this is fucking fascinating.
Is fascinating. It's interesting. It is so much more interesting than its own synopsis. Right? Like, hey, here comes the big spoiler. It's a painting. It's all a painting.
What does that mean?
Like,
you know,
it's the Matrix. And I got into like a yelling match with my chat over and over. And my main thing was like, the question of, are people in the painting even real, is like so boring and pointless. Every character in the story treats all the people in the painting as if they are real. Renoir, in the final conversation of the game, listens to Ciel and listens to Lune and says that they're right. He doesn't care.
Right though you may be. And I was like, oh my god, right? And so that's, and I think too as well, the framing of it as a painting makes it weird for, like, it tricks I think people, because if you were to call it, like you said, you're the Matrix or something, if you were to call it like a full realized reality that you're playing God in, that's one thing. But you think of it as, no, brushstrokes on a canvas, that's no big deal, that's disposable, whatever, you know. And then you have to internalize the idea that the logic of the world is so realized that people that were just stroked into existence had children who grew up normally, lived full lives, and had kids and passed away, and had nothing different from your own life, because the cycle of life is that realized in this setting.
It's also extremely clear
that's a
that
person.
all the painted people have free will.
1,000,000%.
Because Aline did not paint an entire society of people with the hidden desire to come kill her ass.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That was reached as a societal reality of painting.
Unintended consequences of these are realized individuals with the most free will, and to the point where when you get down to the ethical question at the end, and it's such an interesting way to put this, you're like,
it is the most interesting ethical question I've ever seen.
It's so fascinating because it's like, are you a dumbass who's just going to stick by the idea of like, no, none of this matters, you're just distracting yourself? Like, no, you're choosing to sacrifice one or the other, right? There's no in between here, right?
And yeah, like, no, the just, oh, it's not real, this is obvious, is like so
not
boring.
A conversation.
It's so boring.
Right? And that's the bit is where you're like, the conversation between
the villain doesn't even believe that.
The conversation between Maël and Renoir is so much more compelling than the version between Maël and Verso, because you're like, Verso, Verso, you know this, right?
Okay.
You're like, come on, dude, right? And I think
we all.
But here's what's so interesting too is the idea that like for him. On his version, because you did both, of course, right?
Of course I did both.
Okay. Which did you do first?
I did Maël's.
Okay. Same. And then I went back and did Verso's.
And then I did Verso's, and then I reloaded my save to keep Maël's.
So, yeah, I did both, and I kind of want to go back and do that as well, because that's exactly it, right? And the thing with Versus, because when we're talking earlier about Cyberpunk and giving people that like seeing their perspective on it, and in this game, it's super interesting to see like everyone's why they're convinced to believe what they believe, and everyone outright admits we only care about the ones close to us while we're making others suffer, right?
Every single character. Every character, all the painted characters, all the painted versions of existing characters, all the real world versions of those same people, all the painted people who have no analog, the Gestrels, the fucking ice dudes, every single person is a hypocrite, and they say it out loud. They go, "We are all hypocrites, and we just keep doing this to each other."
Right. What I find go ahead.
So every single person is right in their own mind.
Yes.
Because all of their priorities are different. Every single one goes, this is the thing that I care about.
Yes.
Here are my reasons that this is what I care about.
Yes.
And nothing you say will
change my mind.
Convince me to change my mind.
Yeah.
And all of them are compelling. Every single one of them is compelling. All I have to do is move my perspective over like an inch and go, well, if I was a painted version of me, then all I had was a real dead family out there that was killing themselves. The only thing I would care about is my real family.
And that's the beauty of like Renoir's final bit, where he's basically like, he's being lied to. But he's like, I want to believe in my daughter. It's going to just bring my heart a little bit of peace to believe that you mean what you're saying.
He doesn't. When he says, I'll leave the light on for you, he knows immediately.
But he's choosing to be like, oh, okay, you know? And you're like, fuck me, that's so much more painful, right? The Verso question is one where he's...
Oh, I need to stop you for a second. We all can agree that Verso is like one of like history's greatest monsters, right?
I'm not there with you.
He is the most lying piece of shit that's ever been.
I'm not there with you on it. I see where he's at, and I know, because I can see how it's like the game is meant to be like divisive and have these messes, and he has one that's very, very hateable on the surface there. But I think, to me, at the very least, I think his problem is there's two things. You see him going through the whole game being like undecided, and you see it. He's like, right? He's looking at like what he's compelled to do, what he's painted to do, and you're looking at him seeing his family and having all those memories and stuff, and kind of being like, I'm okay with the bad outcomes here, and I'm not exactly trying too hard to
and you can
stop
read his
that,
old
right?
his old message about how he had to fucking kill his girlfriend, but it's like, it's okay, once we fix this, we'll just bring everybody back.
You see him, you see that look on his face constantly of him being like, I don't know. It's really interesting, right? And I feel like the moment you finally get to know him is the last lines. It's him on the ground suffering, just being like, I can't live like this. I can't. It's the most selfish in the moment, purest form of where he's at the whole time. And to be fair to him, his circumstances are completely different from everyone else's.
And they're awful. They're terrible. Like, he was born out of like a sorrow of a wish of an image of a dead person.
And the remnant of the original is left to be that child in Omelas, the one who must sit there doing this forever in order for the system to work, right? You tell the kid that needs to sit there the whole time that's your job forever now, right? And you don't get enough of that kid's, like, you get the energy that it's like, he's like, maybe I should. Maybe, you know, but he's also willing to listen to Verso.
Yeah, Painted Verso.
Right?
When you do very rarely get to talk to Painted Verso, and usually you don't know that you're talking to Painted Verso.
So you be the one that tell him that he needs to go through that forever, you know?
Well, here's the thing. He doesn't want the painting to go either. There is a line of dialogue you find. He feels that the people in the painting are real, and he loves his painting. Painted Verso's primary issue is that his painting is destroying his real family. And it is.
Yes.
It is destroying his real family.
And he knows that the memory also, there's two things of him, right? There's two things going on. One, there's the baseline idea that immortality is torture, right? It's just
very From Software,
right?
Discussion.
Clear. Then there's the idea that the memory of who I'm based on is doing the worst thing to the people I care about the most, right?
Yeah.
And to that end, I am somebody who would self-sacrifice myself to end that and bring them peace.
Absolutely.
But that agency has been removed from me, right?
Yes.
And so now the idea that it's like, so we go through this whole motion where he is not looking at these people that he's equal to as lesser than. He's not seeing it with the eyes of a god. He's amongst them, but he's still willing to sacrifice because of his own version of his own struggle. Is like, no, what matters to me the most is I can't live like this, right? It is one where when you look at the Mael version of things, it's fucked because you're like, oh, she chooses to live in this, which is the life-preserving outcome. Let's be real. Yeah. But she finds an outcome for him that is, okay, what if you could age?
And well, she asked him, if you could grow old, would you smile?
Would that give you a reason to smile, right? And that was a thing where it's like, that was an outcome that I get that he was not factoring in an all or nothing situation.
But he still hates it. You can tell he hates it.
And there's that moment, and the brilliance of that like short film is, look, it's the happy ending. Everything is great. Never forget what the fucking truth is. Never forget that outside the frame, someone with a fucked up, bloody, blue-eyed, banging their head against the wall reality is just living in here forever, and Renoir is staring at that. Never forget that. I've gone in a
circle about this. I've gone in a circle. So when I got the Mael ending, so Mael and Versus endings are beautiful because they are clair obscure. Mael starts beautiful, sunny, hopeful, ends in darkness to make you feel bad about the idyllic situation you created. And then on the flip side, Verso's ending forces CL to just kill herself at the altar of the fucking painting, and Lune sits down and stares him down and goes, "You're gonna look at me when you kill me. You're gonna fucking look me in the eye."
That is my favorite. That is my favorite thing of the whole ending sequence. The best part of that entire thing. Because, okay, hold on a second. Who did you form a relationship with, if anything?
Lune.
Okay, same.
Yeah.
Oh, right? I waited, and it paid off. Right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I
was hoping that it was like, this was like, I'm like, oh, we got options, Please tell me we got
Yeah.
options. And fucking, hey, we have options, right? So I went Lune. And when that moment happens and you see CL walk in and you're like, oh, that's brutal. He hugs the friends. Okay, what's up now, dude? What are you going to say to her, right? And she's like, you don't even get the fucking chance. You don't get the chance. No. I'm going to sit right here on the other side and you're going to fucking look at me as you do
so
this.
Listen, like, she's not going to walk in and disintegrate. She's not going to leave and give him the chance to forget about her. No, it's like, if you're going to do this, you're going to look me in the eye. But then we get the Descendre acquiescing to their grief and moving on.
Also, you also see the moments too where like CL having that like that conflict with her, facing her earlier backstory, which is the saddest fucking thing in the world.
It's the saddest thing. It's crazy.
It's the saddest thing in the world.
To me, CL's backstory is the moment that I ceased caring about the level of reality of anyone in Lumiere.
Done and done, right?
Because Aline created these people and put them in this situation to endure these hardships. I don't care how real they are. They're real to me, damn it.
More importantly, CL's story, she is realer than the entire Descendre family with a backstory like that.
She had the same thing happen to her that fucking the Descendre adults had, but she moved on.
You are
in a progressive, like, constructive way.
And has when you're talking about like this game about grief and handling grief, she's been the fuck through it more than anyone else has and understands it, right? And so that's why when she comes through at the end, that she's fighting for the world and she's fighting for their reality, but is also like, I'm seeing an old friend, right? I'm returning to this abyss that I almost once entered myself and tried to, right? If not for fucking Esquier, right? And she can accept that with a dignity that's different. But Lune, the entire game, has been fighting, crawling, scraping for survival. There is no give up in her whatsoever. And all the way to the end, like the shock on her face the first time, right, in the harbor is clear. She's just like, what the fuck did we do this? And he gives that look. And now when she knows that it's all been for what, dude, that sit.
So I think it's genius because like Lune
on that sit down.
Lune and CL like mirror the Descendre, and like Lune is somebody defined by the legacy of her parents and feels like she never had her own path to go forward, so she had to be super gung-ho about technology in the expedition, but that wasn't really what she wanted to do. She wanted to do music, which is what happened with all of the Descendre kids. We have the perfect eldest daughter who's a total prodigy, and then you have a musician who's implied that he should be painting, and then we have a writer who should be painting, and it backfires on her, which is why Alicia has her method of talking to the audience is via a very, very well-written prose letter instead of dialogue or music.
Oh, okay.
That's why she writes a letter, because she is a writer.
I didn't get that. Okay, that makes sense.
Also, let's just speed past the fact that they mentioned the Writers
like
Guild one time, and it's like, what the fuck is going on with that? That's a bunch of Alan Wakes over here doing goofy shit.
The interpretation of her potentially being like, that it's not expressly spelled out, but that is a moment of a character. Yeah, I can buy that. That makes sense.
Okay, so I've spun in a circle about these endings, right? Because like, yes, Verso's ending has the cleanest break, and he is like massacring an entire generation of people, but the people who caused this can actually heal, and maybe it is better for Mael to live in the real world. He is horribly disfigured and can't speak. So it's very easy to understand why she would go and live in Lumiere and keep all the people. I mean, and I go round and round and round and round.
Yeah.
Because everybody had a good reason. I think Aline is the only person. She's like objectively evil. Like I think we cycle around to the paintress being the worst person in the story for causing this nightmare of misery.
But I still fight back on that, and I still push back, because even though you can circle around and then land on that, the moment of extreme grief from a mother in that, you're not thinking clearly. You're just vibing. You're just going on, my suffering is all I can see. There's nothing in front of me but despair. I can't take that part away from the equation of her character, right?
Right. So then I go, well,
She's
I hate
fucking
Verso
grieving,
so much.
man.
I hate Verso so much. And at the end of the day, my thoughts are currently resting with how much I hate Verso, and there's a really
Interesting.
simple set of reasons for that. Both endings are terrible. Both endings are amazing. Both endings have crazy downside.
Yeah,
Like,
which is the point.
Outrageous.
The absolute point. Yes, 1,000,000%.
My gut, and if I had to go with my gut at the end of the day, I'd be like, I didn't go and do this shit so that fucking Gustav did that shit for nothing.
No, and so
fuck
yeah,
you people. No. Gustav and Sophie and Ciel and Lune and Pierre and their kid, they get to live. Fuck you, and that's it.
And that's it, right?
Right.
But fundamentally, and that is to do what the characters kind of do as well, to say, I care about what I care about the most, regardless, right? It is the same thing. And this is a difference between our personalities directly, because I say and look at it and go, every single one of these people is clair obscur. They're all there's a little bit of that darkness inside every good solution. And
I got my boy, right? I can put myself in Renoir's shoes or Aline's shoes.
Dude, I want my family. I don't care, man. This is insane.
Even considering it is a nightmare. And then my priority would be rock solid. And I don't give a shit who has to fucking go. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? And round and round. And the reason why I focus on Verso, painted Verso specifically, is because there's un vie à aimer, there's the life to love, and there's a vie à peindre, which is a life to paint, which is our two really bad endings. And on Spotify, they both have 11-minute tracks associated with them. However, there is a third 11-minute piece of music called Un vie à rêver, which is a life to dream, which is written on Alicia's letter to Verso.
Yes, that is what's written. Yeah.
Alicia's letter to Verso says, basically, all of you are totally intractable. Like, no one is willing to budge a single inch in the entire discussion. And that is what is causing the problem, because no one can compromise. The compromise, even Verso's fucking painting, even the painting itself says, you know, if this wasn't annihilating my fucking family, and Aline and Renoir and Alicia and Claire could come visit.
That's what I was waiting for.
And leave.
Yes.
We could maintain fucking Lumiere in everyone's lives. We could move past grief. And you know what Verso does with that letter? He fucking throws it away.
He tosses it, right?
And that's Verso's legacy on the game. He allows Gustav to die on purpose because it would allow him to manipulate Maëlle. But Gustav would have argued for Verso's point.
Gustav would have pushed Maëlle out. He would not have allowed her to stay.
Gustav would have been able to convince Maëlle to leave.
He would have never let her stay, 100%, right? That's clear. I think that wrinkle is what's so fucking fascinating, is because what we were gearing up for right before he walks through is a situation where I go, okay, if everyone can compromise, then we can have a world where, look, you'll come to visit and you'll leave sometimes, and that'll be okay, right? And that's all there is to it. We can continue having things exist, and nobody has to go to the extremes, and we don't have to have this destruction and horrible suffering, but we can also say, you can visit the people you care about over here and continue to have your family over there, right? But you walk through and you have that thing with the letter, which is, again, a horrendous thing. But what else is going hand in hand with that letter is the idea of forcing this immortal suffering on a person who's the one who must deal with it. Everyone else can do what they want, but one must suffer eternally. And like, you can weigh the cost benefits all you want over the numbers, but tell the person who's suffering forever, too bad, fucking deal with it.
I would have a lot more sympathy. I would have a lot more sympathy for Painted Verso, even in his immortal suffering, if he wasn't a traitorous monster at every opportunity.
And the thing about the child is that we are not given enough, we're given enough ambiguity on the willingness of the child to continue, but just because a child is willing to continue, it's not clear that that's actually an existence that would not be torturous to them, right? You can't say for certain that the ghost-faced fucking child painting for in forever is a happy outcome for that child. Like
You can't
I
say
can't.
it's an entirely negative one either. There's not enough.
I am
There's
calling. They walk out of what a compromise might look like, and the next door over is fucking Omelas, dude. And you're looking that or Minority Report or whatever, and now you have to go, all right, you can have your happy ending as long as one person must suffer for it.
And now we're back to Aline, in which, hey, Aline, maybe you shouldn't have turned that child into a battery for an entire universe.
But when you come up with the mechanics of how to make her, doesn't that tell you how much of an amazing painter she is? Because, because like you're like, how is she so much more skilled than everybody else? Because she doesn't just make it; she creates the code behind the world to make the world. Right? It's a Minecraft server where you just build up a fucking building versus the one where you make it actually have a working calculator. You know, I'm so impressed by that logic of it as well.
So here's the thing: I never interpreted it as painting Verso's soul is an agony and torture. I interpret it as painted Verso is living agony and torture because he was built out of grief. All of the painted family, except for Renoir, are desperate to kill themselves because they are painted in Aline's image of themselves post-tragedy.
I think that the inner voice you hear as he's on the ground revealing his true self is the same of him as the person of the soul he's based on. And deep in that inner child as well, we're looking at a possibility that child is suffering. I don't think there's enough to convince me otherwise, right? And so you don't get a clean break on anybody here,
and you know
right?
what? And like that is so like important because like, hey, if that was my kid, yeah, I would like I'd be Renoir. I like support forever, you know,
your family,
pain and agony.
Family's complicated.
But then if the fucking solution here is like, okay, well, in order to pull my loved one off life support, I'm gonna hit that fucking fictional button that kills a million people.
And I mean, and that's the thing is the whole time I'm wondering,
and then I would slam it.
Well, because if our positions were switched, right, that day. Right. Yeah. I mean, the way Renard talks when you first enter the Act 3 and he sets up the pieces where you're like, oh, he doesn't think of these people as real, is like, no, he doesn't really believe that. He gets it. And then later on, you find out he goes, I was lost in there myself and Aline pulled me out.
It is so, right? It is so wild to have the villain who is past the arguments that you're having with the party.
I was lost in it myself, and then I got saved because it's too tempting. It's too insanely tempting to live in a world of your own making like that, you know? And God, here's how fucking great my greatest is. How great Lune. Lune is so good. She's so good. That Sid is so good. It's everything. And the part where my brain is going, I said it last time, but how does one respond to the idea that you're like, hey, you're not real. Your life doesn't matter. You're a fiction. You should be just, how do you accept that reality, you know? And the fact that she comes back from the fucking beyond and goes, fuck you, dude. I don't give a shit. I'm fighting for the same things I believe in.
This was exactly what I wanted to end the discussion on, because I think that, are they not real? Are they not? Doesn't matter. Lune and CL both come back one outrage.
How dare
this
you?
Bullshit.
How dare you?
Fuck you.
I don't give a shit,
me over.
Dude.
Like, yeah, you got your own real family. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. You betrayed me here for real. But also, they then even go on to be like, okay, so this is a canvas. Mael and them are gods. Okay, we're gonna go beat him up. You're gonna bring my fucking parents back to life. You're going to bring my husband back to life.
Everything.
You're going to give me back my baby.
Everything.
That's only fair. Fuck you. We're going to go. We're going to do it. And like, they just immediately move on. And like, how could you not? Like, if God came down right now and said, Wooly, by the way, you're not real. And you'd be like, fuck you. I don't give a shit. I'll cut you.
What are you supposed to say?
I'll kill you.
How beautiful, just little notes, random. How beautiful is it that the fucking curator, when he powers up, steps into his family and comes back out in the next phase? Isn't that the most beautiful? Like the frame drops and I go in and walk back out ready to take you on is so hype.
I'll one up you. I'll one up you for maybe my most pop off moment of the whole game. where, oh no, it's the end. He's gonna go for
Phase
one
2, he's
final
doing one
attack.
more one.
And Mael's like, no!
No!
And it's like the game has a great experience with breaking the rules. The whole game, Pictos are about breaking the logos of the world. Like you are damaging the internal logic of the way the painting works. And Mael leaves the battle system to attack him. Showing that like she is now like ascended,
and it calls out the move too. It says it. He's doing it, and you're just like, no, you don't. You know, so satisfying. I mean, wondrous.
I want to give Gustav a extra shout out, as Gustav is the realest person in the story. Gustav, within the confines of the game's own logic, within the storyline, Gustav should not have been able to invent the Lumina converter. Gustav was able to create a technology that like fundamentally changes the reality of their experience.
I love the idea that what's special about you, besides just being a pretty good dude who's not built for this pressure, right? He's someone who's like, if he finds out the truth of his nature, he might have buckled, right?
Until he learned that Mael was trapped, and then he would have become
refound his strength. Yeah, I can buy that, right? But the Lumina converter is not the idea of like this in-game device that lets you like learn skills or whatever. It's the idea that everyone on the party can learn them together and break what a traditional Final Fantasy game would teach you, right?
Yeah.
It's the ability to stack up way more skills than you should be able to across the party. He broke the video game rule, you know, with his invention. I love how fucking, again, I talk about
like the painted power is supposed to only be given to Mael because it's hers.
But the Lumina
converter, they can give the power of the paintress to Lune and Ciel and Monaco.
The team can fight gods because of his invention. That's not supposed to happen. That's not what Aline imagined, right?
The fact that they're able to remove Lenoir at all is not supposed to be how it works.
Right. By just beating him down, mind you. And then you get like the whole unapologetic French bit, right? I'm so happy with that ending and how you almost like, you know how Japan's obsessed with Tokyo Tower and all their shit, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck else are we gonna fight under? You know, the goddamn Eiffel. And then with those endings, one, the French film that is the realistic, hyper realistic faces in black and white as you're reacting to everybody, and then the horror shot on the eyes is the most French film ever. Right?
Absolutely.
And then on the flip side, you know, with the Verso side of things, you get the Eiffel in the fucking, I mean, what amazing real estate, mind you. But did you catch the dates on the tombstone?
Yeah, December 33rd.
December 33rd, right? This is not our world.
Well, I mean, they're magic also.
Of course, in the past, mind you. But yeah. How about fucking Expedition 60?
Yeah, dude.
We greased these muscles up. We got all the way there. We got there and we did it. We beat the fucking shield down and we glistened our way to the bottom and realized the truth. And then we just weren't able to do anything about it because we didn't have a Lumina converter or a Paintress on our side. But you bet your ass we fucking scuffed the damage numbers to get through.
I think this game and its endings are like a complete triumph, because like my takeaway was that I was 100% certain that I was going to be Team Mael and you were going to be Team Verso, and I was like theory crafting just a bunch of shit to say.
Really?
Like
you had an invisible, you had a conversation in your head about me?
I had a Steelman conversation in my mind. And I had one, and the thing that I would say to excessively Team Verso is that, like, well, did you go back and keep playing the game to do the post game challenges? Because if you did, you're a massive fucking hypocrite, right?
Oh, okay. So you think I'm going to excuse evil on the basis of they were just following orders? Do you? Are you fucking like? Listen. I'm simply saying
the core of it. And the more that I talk about it, is like, the intractability of position is the issue.
No, and I still say, no matter I will argue this forever, but I'm still choosing Mael's ending, right? I am still choosing that ending because I am saying You are giving a compromise to a solution that Verso never would have pictured, which is aging.
This is a bad compromise.
It's a
Also,
bad
it is an
compromise.
objectively
It
bad
it
compromise.
gives him aging, but it creates but her reality outside in the real world is suffering forever, right?
Yeah,
There's no win. There's no win.
yeah.
She's
I
choosing that.
can't live in a situation in which the entirety of Lumiere is annihilated.
Yeah,
Like that's just an intolerable outcome.
that's it, right? And here's what you can compromise. Once you've made that decision and you have to start justifying your points. Okay, you can't justify a child suffering indefinitely. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. What you can say is that no matter how much you love your family, right? If your family decides that they're choosing a life without you, you cannot stop them.
Ooh, I like that.
Informed.
Hey,
Informed.
I want to give. By the way, I think Aline is like the worst character in the story by far. Like she's so awful. Like she is the root of all the problems, genuinely.
Grief.
And hold on. My core of that, my absolute like, I feel so strongly. It's like, Aline, why did you paint your daughter with her burns?
God. Oh God, that's so true telling. It's so telling. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't.
You created
no,
an ideal
like,
world to live with your son and
Oh
family,
man,
and you're like, but you know what, Alicia, you get to keep your burns. You can't talk
no.
because it's your fault.
I will give her the grief card. I will not allow that to pass. That's insane. That's
Dude,
so
she
fucked
is
up.
canonically weak to
That's
fire.
that's so fucked up. Furthermore, Clea is such a weird, interesting X factor because
Leia is a character I am 100% certain we will follow in the future.
I imagine so, right? Because she is like, I don't have time for this shit. I'm the girl at college.
I gotta go kill motherfuckers.
I'm the girl at college, and my fucking family bullshit is pissing me off. And why can't you get your shit together, right?
Well, she is like they discuss it like everyone has dove into an unhealthy pursuit to deal with this, and Clea is fighting a different game's worth of a war against a group you only know as the writers.
But make no mistake, if you're gonna sit there and go, Clea is correct in her assessment that yeah, fuck this world, let's destroy it and let my childhood home is trapping my mom. Let's get them out of there, and you go help that. You need to acknowledge that Clea herself went in, fell in love, and became a part of this world, right?
Also, she says to Mael that you don't owe anyone anything, and you should choose the life that makes you happy.
She gives her
the endless tower.
Okay.
So you don't owe mom and dad anything.
Interesting. Okay, so that I waited because I'm like, I don't want to get spoiled on ending stuff for Tower, but it's fine. But the Simon bit.
No, that's all she says.
Yeah,
she's like, you don't owe anyone anything.
The Simon bit is
I love Simon.
So that was painted Clea?
Painted Clea fell in love, yeah. And then real Clea painted Clea to make a Clea more to her liking.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought that real Clea saw painted Clea from her mom's side and went, fuck that, I hate that, that's not me. And then I thought she also painted Simon to go kill the other representation of her.
No, Simon was one of Aline's. Simon is a freak. No. I don't know what is up with him, but he's crazy.
But he's one of he's one of Aline's paintings. He's a person, right? But what I mean to say is, I thought that Clea took him as an example and went, I'm going to use you to go take out my Axum representation from my dad. She hates her parents' representations of her in both forms. She hates her mom's version and her dad's version.
Happened.
And she used both of those to intervene and shut those down.
So Simon's eyes in his second phase have the charm effect like Eileen's charm. Like he is being like actively manipulated. And he is also painted over super fucking freak.
Okay, but
I like how the hauler axon is like so hidden away. Like you see it and it's never brought up. And the only time the word the hauler name is when it attacks you during the final boss.
I mean,
You don't even see it.
I didn't even see it. No, I just saw it on the map with the fucking get
Yeah,
stabbed.
no,
You
it
know?
has. There's a move that Renoir does where he throws a building at you,
Okay.
but you never even see it on screen. It just throws it from far away.
So the idea that the painted Clea is the one that fell in love.
Yeah.
So when he's hearing the voice that he's listening to the sound of that Clea before she got painted over.
No, I believe he is listening to real Clea's manipulation.
That's what I thought it was. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I thought real Clea manipulated Simon and painted over Clea to get both ends to destroy her representations, right?
Yeah.
So that's the part, but like you guys said, it was painted one that fell in love. So I guess that she could still manipulate after the fact. It doesn't matter.
There are
right?
a lot of pieces of the game that are a little clear, but the core of it is that everyone was wrong, but Verso was the most dumbest and wrong. And Verso actively sabotages all of his own goals. Like that's the thing that gets me. Is like I understand in each of the moments that he makes these decisions, like he only protects he only protects Mael, but he doesn't protect Gustav. He's like, well, this will let me do this, and he's right for a while, but like if he had done the other thing if he had given her the letter and if Gustav was alive, there would have been a compromise.
The happiest compromise ending for the most parties involved leads to eternal suffering for me.
Well, you can blame your mom for that one. She made you like that.
You can say this.
She made you like that.
You can say this however many ways you want to say it. It doesn't matter. You're never going to erase that fact. I'm like, that's the beauty of the game. You will never erase that fact, no matter how convinced you are. It's such a good game. It's
good then that I don't really like Verso so much. So fuck him.
Game of the generation, man. I mean,
it's pretty unbelievable. It also makes me think, like, did real Verso also kind of suck ass? Because this is
you're eyeballing
mom?
that child, being like, you fuck kid.
No, but like
face.
She painted Verso based on her own view of her child. And the painted Verso kind of sucks and is a massive liar.
That's not my read on it. So my read on it is Verso was the spoiled, could do no wrong boy.
Oh yeah, he was the eldest boy. Absolutely.
And the grief they feel might not have been. I don't know if it would have been the same if the other kids passed away.
No, it's not. She paints a fucked up, burned Alicia.
You know. The idea that he is the star, the phantom star, you know.
I also think
you
that,
just can't. You can't do that to your kids,
in the real
man.
world. I also think Verso in the real world might have sucked because of his axon. So Aline is Sirene, who is the family member who just bombards you with visions of your dead loved ones, which is a little on.
Oh. That's what made me fall. Like that's okay. The music of that moment. I didn't go on my rant about Sirene being beautiful. Sorry, go ahead.
I just got to get through this.
Yeah.
The hauler is Clea, who is the backbone of the whole family.
Holding it on her back. She carries it on her back. She literally does.
Mael is the princess who's destined for great things.
Reaching.
And Verso is a two-faced liar. Like his dad painted him as the masked visage.
Amazing. Yeah. And you know, I was wondering if like, are you going to elaborate on exactly how the tragedy happened? And you don't need to. Like, you can.
That's not really important.
But it's not what's important because it's all about the fallout afterwards and the blame game. You know, and then this exact idea of like, oh no, the one that should not have died, you know?
I think there's one detail that would really fuck up the whole arguing about the game, and they do a really good job not going into it, which is, what is the time ratio of time passing in the real world?
Yeah, 67 years. What does that mean? Yeah,
because it's like I don't know. Like, did Renoir fucking like walk out of the painting and then Alicia drop dead 10 minutes later?
I mean, I think
like what? How?
No, I think painted power makes you kind of a god, you know, in reality too. Like you just gotta check out on that. I mean, Verso standing there in the flames, being like, "Nah, it's cool. I like it actually."
No, you're good.
You know, God, yeah. Fuck, I had another thing, but anyway, it's great. It's
Peak game, very good game, excellent game, very smart game.
Too many
I
things.
think I think people arguing about which is the right ending are maybe missing the point, and I think that's kind of amazing because both endings are terrible. Both endings are amazing
Feel
and
bad.
both endings are terrible. And I love that they start one starts positive and ends in a nightmare, and one starts with a nightmare and ends positive.
Yes, thank you.
Like you don't get a resolution for free on either.
Chat just reminded me. So I was gonna say that like I popped off over the Siren fight, and I didn't go into it over here, whatever you could, but just like the journey through that long massive dungeon that took so long, and like my exploration to like find the fake corners was like,
oh, it's enormous,
getting
it's
punished
crazy
for that, and then the musical denouement into the finale, and the lyrics are beautiful. The like it hit on every level, and all of that like was amazing. And then when the fight ends and you have that "I'm going to show you your loved ones" bit, fuck me, I just shit. Like I just,
and you're such a manipulative fucking
oh
piece
my
of shit.
god, you know. And then who steps up and pulls it down, pulls it down? Fucking Lune gets up and goes, nah, fuck this, and she's the one that pulls it down, you know. I love everything about that, what fucking represents. You also never get the hard underline about Monoko being the dog, but
yeah, it's like, oh,
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that.
He's a loyal companion,
Yeah.
and he's a rough and tumble guy, and he loves feet. And oh, right, he's a dog.
They are like, they didn't have a moment during the funeral where they're like, hey,
he's a dumb idiot dog. Look at him,
little Shien Monoko, you know. But yeah, that's, and you know what you do get in that second ending though? You do get to watch the family get closure. You do get to watch.
Yeah, I don't care about them.
No. You're seeing the best resolution they could have, while acknowledging that you just wiped out billions of lives.
It's
like, and they ghost away too. They fucking force ghost, and you're just like,
Renault says something in his like final monologue in which he's like, we're painters and we found ourselves enthralled and intoxicated by hundreds of worlds and all that. And he's like, they're talking about television and movie and game and inhabited spaces and escapism, right? And it's like, it's so easy, right? And then under that context,
yeah,
for me, it's like the discussion about, are they real or not? I'm like, well, the Sanzos aren't fucking real either. I am the painter of their fucking reality, and I don't give a shit about them compared to the people one level below.
When I say billions of lives, do you not think that a place existing with a population over enough period of time will have had a billion people come and go over time? It's a real living world, guys. It doesn't have to be a planet to be a billion people. You can just wait long enough and you'll get there. It's lives snuffed out.
All right.
Yeah,
I got things to do.
That's.
We have a good week.
We did it. Take care, everybody. Amazing.
Bye-bye.